And we are live! Actually. And now we are live. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I forgot that I had my other mic plugged in. Okay. Hi. Let me pop out chat. Reminder, no spoilers. By spoilers, mean anything from Endwalker. Everything else up to the point that we are at is fair game. We're in Shadowbringers now, so we assume you know how we got here. Thanks, Ray. Oblivion, good to see you, glad to have you. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Good time zone to you as well. Light, good to see you, glad to have you. Kikote, good to see you, glad to have you. Raven, good to see you, glad to have you. Meowza, good to see you, glad to have you. Ryan, good to see you, glad to have you. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Jer, good to see you, glad to have you. Lara, good to see you, glad to have you. I got back home just in time for stream. Solid. And I have to go soon, but I'm here for now at least. It's good to have you. Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. Hi there, Dr. Nick. Yeah, Tim, good to see you, glad to have you. Sounds good? Everything's good? Yeah. Good. How's everybody doing? Hello there, Jer. Got some grinding scheduled for this weekend. I got everything up from 6:20, 6:30. Nice. I know that we've got to do, a lot of you guys have been wanting to do EXs, so we'll definitely be doing some of those. Don't forget that we also have a, dungeon today. So if you want to join in, you can come over to the Crystarium tree over in Crystal Curl. Over in here. I am going to switch over to Paladin, and we will get the, beginning of that going. As always with your milkshakes, Raven. Good. How was everybody's weekend? How was everybody's 24-hour maintenance? Oh, I'm gonna get Goring Blade. Hell yes. I have tidings, Elio. Hidden among Silksagil's belongings was a journal, the final entry which contains what appears to be a map to Gorgone Holding. He marked a spot near the river, though. He did not write why. Yet considering how devoted he was to recovering the Oathkeeper, surely it has some relation. I say we sally forth and investigate. We may encounter wild beasts or worse, of course, but we are well equipped to face them. Well, that is to say, you are. Been going all right, as well as being at work and go. Good. You know, all right's better than bad, you know? Boring. Good boring or bad boring? Because boring could be like, okay, nothing happened, but it was a good, relaxing time, versus boring where you're bored out of your mind. Although that's an emotion I've been told is a thing. I've never actually been bored in my life. Even as a little kid, I would just like... I got trapped a lot of times in rooms alone without much stimuli, so I'd have to come up with my own games. So, like, boredom... I don't know, boredom's not a thing I tend to feel. Especially if I have access to, like, a computer or something, because then it's like you have infinite amount of things to read or play, or... Good boring? Good, Tracy. Good. Finally got around to playing most of... Nicets? It's such a weird game. Nicets. Why does that sound familiar, but I don't know it off the top of my head? Oh, yes, this was one of the games I've been wanting to check out. I've had this on, like, this is definitely the sort of game that I'm into. Like, that kind of vibe, that melancholy. I never actually got around to it. Did you enjoy it? Had a good weekend, started working on cosplay during maintenance yesterday. Nice! What cosplay? I was like to try PS5, P5S and P6 at some point. Might be worth learning, as apparently they also dropped 620. Yeah, Oblivion. Especially they just dropped restrictions too for all the gear, so they all drop 630 gear, I believe. They drop what is effectively some of your current BIS, and we have a lot of people who can teach that who have been through that. Umino, Jade, Alara. I mean, not to sacrifice their time, but V, me, we've got tons of people. So even if I can't, they can. Impressive, eh? It took some doing, but I managed to resize Silksagil's solarettes. They should afford me an excellent protection against thigh-high threats. Anyway, let's see where the map leads. Somewhere over yonder, perhaps? ADHD mood there. Yeah. I had to learn to self-stimulate long ago. Monday was a day off. The rest for me, yeah. Good! I definitely know that I could have used it. I've been, to be frank with you guys, majorly really dealing with some bad depression lately, and so having Monday off was, I mean, I was still working, but not being able to even log on was in some ways really nice to be forcibly made to take that time off. Light catches your eye, and on closer inspection, you find a gallant cornet buried beneath the snow. I want a frappuccino so bad now. Took middle's niece to the D&D movie. Well, was it any good? I mean, like, not necessarily. Was it enjoyable? I don't suspect it was good, but was it enjoyable? A trail of frozen blood leads west. Been alright, fell to depression a few weeks ago. I feel you, Ryan. But I've been getting better. Suffice to say, I'm not allowed to watch the news for a while. Yeah, I feel you, Ryan. I've been caught up in about a week and a half of very bad depression. And I'm hoping the fever of it breaks sometime soon. Or was it further to the... Oh, Elio, find anything? Soxagil's cornet. Then he did come here. There was a trail of blood as well, you said. Let's follow it and see where it leads. D&D movie was amazing. See it again this weekend with Rydia. Nice. Was it, like, dumb amazing, or was it just amazing? Spent Monday night making chicken parm, playing Dragonflight. Nice. Having heard the D&D movie is 100 worth seeing. Nice. That's good. You guys been enjoying it somewhere between not my jam and very much my jam, and I'm not sure where on the spectrum it actually lies. Sometimes games are just a mood, you know? Started doing Y'shtola with her outfit from Shadowbringers. Oh, Deathbear, that's awesome! What material are you using for, like, the trim? I've always thought about, like, what fake faux fur would be good for that. Very enjoyable. I'm going to see it on Friday. I just want a fun movie out of it. Then it seems like you're going to get what you want. Kind of tired of the world is ending 100th time Marvel trope. Yeah. Definitely a lot of Marvel fatigue going on, that's for sure. Story was pretty good with funny moments, and if that's what you're there for, then it definitely obliges. It seems to lead towards the Dusk Vigil. I think it's taking us westward. I grinded RuneScape yesterday during maintenance, did 4 quests back to back. Like old school RuneScape? Or current RuneScape? I can imagine grinding out old school RuneScape could be actually a lot of fun if you just wanted to, like... If you wanted, like, a classic style grind. Get the other one! Of course, Death's Embrace. They must have made camp here, and Soxagil learned of it. Wait, was that movement just now? To the west? We cannot let them escape! Clothes I found coloring the fur myself would be a fake silver fox fur for the trim. It looks so close. Yeah. That's exactly the sort of thing I would have thought to do. That makes total sense. The plot's a little predictable. They may be a pattern recognition kicking in, but the D&D movie is great for just turning the brain off and enjoying. And, like, yeah. I mean, like, that's, you know... It doesn't have to be Greg Shakes to be what you want, you know? Infinite! Good to see you, glad to have you. I also got 1337 total level, epic gamer moment. Dude, I remember playing that playing old school RuneScape as a kid. I mean, obviously it wasn't called that then, but I got to 99 woodcutting, and it was one of the greatest joys of my life. Got my paladin to 55. Nice. I've been doing tanking more often. Sweet. Definitely fun and more relaxed with people I know. Yeah, and that's the thing is, once you get relaxed with that, it then takes a lot of the pressure off of worrying about it with people you don't. Because you fundamentally get to a point where you understand your job and can pick up some of the other... Don't have to stress out about the other stuff. End of the road. They don't seem to be carrying Oathkeeper. Well, if nothing else, we can at least bring them to justice for the countless other crimes, and ensure that they harm no more innocents. To arms, Elio! For justice! For Solxagil! I thought the Cornet would help, but that speech still felt rather uninspired. I like Constant. Your chicanery ends here! Wait, is chicanery the word I was looking for? I'm starting to get there with war. It's also a fun job, even sub 50. Well, I mean, that's the other nice thing, right? Royalist dogs, my Void Scent will feast on your souls. Void Scent? I'll focus on the mage. Take care of that thing, will you? I'll get to you guys in a moment. Oh, you'll pay. Don't think that you won't pay. And duty complete. Starting to get there with war. Yeah, the other thing, the nice thing about tanks is that there's a lot less to deal with 1 to 50 in terms of understanding the basics, and then from there it really just kind of adds on top. Safe from thigh-high dangers, the boy needs not fear Lalafels. Well, unless they're mages. Gotta keep your shins safe from stabbing. For some reason, angry Lalas give the same feeling as foamy, screaming, squirrely rats. Come to think of it, that joke is now funnier now having done the 80 Scholar quest. Yeah, with Tom Berries. Did we win? I mean, by the theory, we won! That villainous scum will prey on the weak no longer. Pity they didn't have Oathkeeper. Well, all in a day's work for a pair of paladins, eh? Back to Falcon's Nest for a well-earned rest. As a Lalafell, I absolutely agree that you should fear us. Have you seen how high they can jump? It's terrifying. Is it just me or does the game audio seem quiet? No, I may just have the game audio down quite a bit. Because I would have had to adjust it a little bit for dealing with, the live letter. Let me know if that's a little bit better. If you guys want it any louder, I can also boost it a little bit more. Definitely better? Okay. I can keep putting it up if it need be. Oh, I also can turn off display. Sorry, the game's gonna go away for a second. There's that. Do you only stream on YouTube? Yeah, typically, Jared. I mean, like, I would consider like doing cross streaming. However, my internet's not great, and I would worry about the bandwidth issues that would come from it. So until I can someday get better internet, which I already pay for the best I can where I'm at, it's not something. It's something I worry about doing. We do stream on Twitch sometimes for non-14 things. So, for instance, this Sunday, me and Aniri are going to be doing the drunk stream you guys paid for. And we're going to do it over on Twitch, probably. And we are going to be playing Disco Elysium. Because Aniri has not stopped talking about it for forever. Yeah, totally. The wheels of justice are slow to turn, as we all know too well. Even Sir Aymeric, who they say cares deeply for the welfare of every Ishgardian, even he is bound by bureaucracy. It all comes back to the war, in the end. If it's not heretics or dragons, well, you know how it is. And the Forelands, well, if you head that far west without enough hired help, you've no one to blame but yourself for what happens. So when my mother's caravan was raided on the road to Tailfeather, I was resigned to never know who to blame. Until Soxagil told me all about Death's Embrace, and I realized they were the ones responsible for that and many other attacks. They chose their targets with care, preying on those who wouldn't be missed, save by their equally powerless friends and family. But everyone deserves a champion, even the least among us are worth saving. I don't know if the remaining members of Death's Embrace have Oathkeeper, but even if they don't, it is our duty as paladins to stop them. That's what Soxagil would say were he here, right? Oh, Raven! Thank you for the $9.99. A cheers to you. Cookie money for cookies. I will definitely make sure I get some cookies with that. Where did my support go? Sorry, give me a second. By the power of cookies! Yeah, Sunday Drunk Street. Disco Elysium is fun. I have played it before, but it's gonna definitely... Me and Naniri playing it drunk, I feel like is probably the most appropriate way you could possibly play it, frankly. Unless we played it the next day. While hungover. You know what? We've got a little bit of time until usually our... Well, actually, 5.2 is pretty long. You guys think we should go ahead and start up 5.2 a little early? Yep, drunk is good. Oh yeah, it's Girl Scout cookie season, isn't it? Yes, we don't get those cookies in Canada. Oh, life is pain, lady. Okay, guys, not to start a fight, but what's the best Girl Scout cookie? And why is it definitely those peanut butter ones? AC, good to see, glad to have you. How you doing? Also, friendly reminder for those of you who never who have not unlocked stuff. Always talk to the Wandering Minstrel over here in, or Alice, over here in Mordona, as well as in the main cities such as Kugane, the Crystarium, and Charlian, as it is how you will unlock EXs. And if you want to do EX content with other people and join us on during the events that we do them, those are, you'll have to have those unlocked. Thin Mints or Samoas for me. Am I crazy? Didn't they change the name from Samoas? It is the peanut butter ones. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. Oh no, I did not need to know that. I'll get hate for this probably, but I love the lemon ones. Oh! Raven, I'm glad someone out there likes them. That's my response. I am not one of them because I don't like fruit flavoring and like baked goods. But I'm glad someone likes them and they don't go to waste. Sarah, good to glad to have you. I tried a new one called Adventure. Very good. Hi. Yeah, what's Adventure? Ooh, Adventure. Girl Scout cookie. They literally have like their main thing is meet the cookies. They have a raspberry rally now. That sounds disgusting. Ooh, Adventurefuls, the new indulgent brownie inspired. Oh, okay. You know what? Let's pull this up real quick. Let's look at this, guys, because this is Adventureful. That actually kind of looks like maybe might be my new favorite cookie. A new indulgent brownie inspired cookie with caramel flavored cream and a hint of sea salt. That sounds like perfection. I'm not about the berry, but maybe some of you are. Why would you pick this when you could have peanut butter patties? Ugh. Vanilla cookies topped with caramel sprinkled with toasted. My problem is that this is... Why did it have to be toasted coconut? Why couldn't it have been anything else? I'm not saying that coconut is garbage tier, but my tongue thinks coconut is garbage tier. Yeah, it's definitely either peanut butter patties, and even though I haven't yet had them yet, I want one of those adventurefuls. That sounds amazing. Misako! Thank you for joining Archon. Enjoy your emotes. Definitely peanut butter ones. Lemonades because they're close to the fudge strip shortbread or the tag-along peanut butter. I'd give if I've had the lemon ones, but I bet I would love them. Yeah, because V, you're weird. You like your fruit and pastry. I'm calling you weird. You normie. How dare you like fruit and pastries? Thin mints are the best, especially frozen. Dunk those. I'm just not a I'll eat mint, but I'm not a fan of mint. As a flavoring. A special moment with 5.3 because of my first up-to-date patch. So I would say I joined the 14 community around the time 5.2 was active. Oh, that's interesting, AC. So it's starting to come full circle. Walmart up here sells knockoffs, so I know what Samoa's tastes like. Wait, have you done the optional Shadowbringers dungeons in stream yet? I have not, Summit. I have not. What I'm thinking is when we finish 5.3, we're going to take some time to do the extra Shadowbringers dungeons, finish off Eden in that same stream. We'll probably do those two together. You don't like lemon meringue or key lime pie? I do not. I was once a Girl Scout when I was a tiny raven. All the cookies I got. S'mores cookies are very good. Not my favorite Girl Scout cookie, but mine is chocolate chip cookie. Also good in ice cream. Yep. Do look good. I like caramel. Yeah. Adventure Falls were good, just a little dry in my opinion. I'm not surprised. I'm not a fan of shredded coconut normally, but liking it on Samoa. Yeah, I mean, like, sometimes you can be a thing that you don't like, but if you put it in the right combo with other things, it's good enough. Yeah. Woo! Finally able to join in the background for work today. Also, Thin Mints all the way. It's good to see you. Glad to have you, Misako. Also, you're trash. How dare you? How dare you like the Thin Mint? No, Thin Mints are fine. I just can't help but feel a little disappointed every time someone says that they have Girl Scout cookies, and my heart gets a flutter, and then they're like, Thin Mints! And I'm like... Dry cookies just need milk, true. Anything but peanut butter? But peanut butter's where it's at! Perfect cookie texture for me is having a crisp outside, but a soft chewy in the middle. Is that up for discussion? I feel like that's the truth universally acknowledged, right? Am I crazy? You need to buy a blue survival shirt and white pants before going in the optional dungeon. What? Blues? Shirt. And white pants. Blue shirt, white... I'm trying to get the joke, and I'm sorry I've missed it. But are you talking about the twinning? Oh, nope, I get it. I get it now. Never mind, because I'm playing a tank. Yep. Took me a second, I got it, infinite. Yeah, okay, everyone who's joining that, if you're being the DPS, you need to get the survival shirt, dye it red. If you're the healer, you need to get survival shirt, dye it green, and then get white pants. Agreed. Wait, I now think that maybe my family put me in Girl Scouts just for the cookies perk. Yeah, lady. Yeah, I've been trying to eat better, so I've ignored all the Girl Scout cookie sales sheets at work this year. It's hard. I don't mind mint chocolate chip ice cream, but I just don't understand the hype about Thin Mints myself. I think it just depends on how much mint does for you, you know? But let's get to it. Let's get to at least the cutscene. I'll let you guys... I didn't know I'd unleash such a torrent of comments by us talking about... by mentioning Girl Scout. Elio, my, what a pleasant surprise. If you've come to inquire after the Archons, fear not. Master Matoya's treatments have proven effective in stabilizing the corporeal aether. We mustn't grow complacent, however. Potent though these magics may be, they are not without limits. We can only hope they afford us time for the Crystal Exarch to complete his work. Or, if only we could go with you to the first and help. Pardon the interruption, but I come bearing urgent news. Who is it? Oh, Maxima. Ah, Elio, it has been far too long, my friend. Forgive me, I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Maxima, former Garlean ambassador. I remain here in Eorzean under the auspice of Commander Aldine, offering what counsel I can in the hopes of resolving the present conflict with the Empire. Ah yes, I had heard stories of a defector from Garlemald, but I never mind you that. You said you have urgent news? Indeed, as you may have heard, the Imperial capital is in turmoil, and a sizable portion of the Garlean forces have been recalled from the Gimlet Dark. With their numbers so greatly diminished, the main host of the Alliance is withdrawn, leaving the Alamegan resistance to keep watch over the border. And it is there we have welcomed a most unexpected visitor who claims this de-escalation may belie growing dangers and unforeseen threats. Commander Aldine has arranged for an impromptu meeting to discuss these revelations. He has also requested a representative of the Scions attend as well, though it was clear to whom he wished. I extend this invitation. It would seem time is of the essence. Well, you may not be attending this meeting alone, though I am not as well... Well, you'll not be attending this meeting alone. Though I am not as well versed in the affairs of city-states as our comrades, I see no reason to burden a single Scion with all this. Yes, of course. Then we must make for the Alamegan quarter with all haste. Well, what are you waiting for? Get going, you two. I, weirdly enough, AC, do know that episode of Totally Spies. I do, like, you've just unlocked a core memory. Welcome to the cookie review stream. I would do a cookie review stream. I just don't think, I think like 6 people are interested in that. I do find it really interesting that the weapon quest line is started, like 5.2 bothers to put it in the MSQ. Like, it's not a side quest like Four Lords or Warring Triad, right? It's like the initial step of it is a part of 5. Like the MSQ. That's fair, lady. Something with, like that about pickles for a long while. Yeah. Oh yeah, about mints. Yeah. I've been marathoning the old MSQ streams and for half a second forgot you were in the Shadowbringers patch stuff. How have you been enjoying them, lady? I can't say I've gone back and watched them myself. Oh, speaking of, I need to remember, some of them are technically still unlisted and they're only in the playlist. I need to relist them. The problem is when you relist a video, if it's been unlisted, it floods people's subscription feed. So I have like 10 episodes of the stream that I need to relist. Because it used to be that they didn't have a separate thing for the streams on the YouTube front page. So it like would just like all of our videos would get covered up by the streams. Commander Aldine awaits us in the Royal Palace. If you would follow me. So if you happen to see, like, it say, like, episode, like, 20 and then episode, like, 40 or something, lady, just go to the playlist for the streams. It's interesting. I remember this being the first time I felt a slightly different emotion to my Warrior of Light, based on their reaction.
And I, for one, am grateful that they are. Told you've been busy since our paths last crossed at the Gimlet Dark. Not that I understand half of it. When the Scions spoke of other worlds, I'd struggled to describe what I pictured. Mayhap things would seem clearer were I to hear the tale from your own lips. But I'm afraid the situation will not afford us that luxury. I trust you two require no introduction.
We meet again, hero of Eorzean.
Oh, what a good voice.
Must we repeat this ridiculous display? I pose no threat to you, though what I come to warn you of very well might.
You're not wrong. You did also try to conquer an entire nation and were responsible for a lot of
He
suffering.
would have kept to the shadows and brought more than 2 companions. We need not pretend to be the best of friends, but I hope we can put aside our differences for the present.
As you are doubtless aware, Sir Estinian and I cooperated to rid the world of Black Rose in your absence. Our journey together took us as far as the Imperial Palace, where we witnessed Emperor Varus meet his death at Xenos' hand. Being the sole witnesses to this crime, and in no position to defend our innocence, we were then forced to flee. each pursuing his own avenue of escape. When we were later reunited, Estinian claimed to have encountered an unfamiliar kind of machina during his flight, but to me his description seemed anything but, and upon further investigation I found that I was right. The Empire is developing a new Ultima weapon.
What, that Allagan monstrosity, created to vanquish primals, with which you yourself once thought to conquer Eorzea?
The same. In my foolishness, I sought to harness its power, and became the Ascian's pawn in so doing. But you know as well as I how that tale ended. The weapon itself, excavated from beneath this very city, was destroyed ere we could fully unravel its secrets, and that should have been the end of it. But unlikely as it sounds, the Empire's efforts to recreate it have somehow borne fruit, primarily through secret research conducted by the 7th Imperial Legion, it would seem.
Wait, the 7th was all but annihilated at Cartano, along with its legatus.
Indeed, few survived. The 7th, as it is now, has little in common with the Legion led by Vandanis, and its leadership has changed hands several times since.
I'm surprised they didn't
Precisely
just use
how
a different...
This project has continued despite such turmoil, and under whose auspices remains a mystery.
I mean, to be fair, I was going to say it's surprising that they've still bothered to use 7 and not just a different legati, but seeing as the weapons are from 7, and it tends to be that the whatever the Legion's number is has some bearing relationship to, like, what their role is in the story. It, like, what, like, the role in the story and kind of what they're connected to and the Final Fantasy game that's associated. It makes sense.
What we do know, however, is that a number of prototypes have been produced, and that one of them is on its way to Eorzea. We attempted to stop it, but it was all we could do to slow its progress, so we resolved instead to bring you warning.
And right glad are we that you did, though it soundly dashed our hopes that tensions might ease at last.
As it is, we've begun to strengthen our presence in the Gimlet Dark, and are assembling a force to meet the coming threat. A force with you in its vanguard, I hope. Before you say anything, I know full well you have pressing concerns of your own. Your comrades remain in peril, and I would not ask you to forsake them. But the fact remains that you, and you alone, have faced the Ultima weapon, and emerged victorious. We need you. And so, when the time comes, if your comrades can spare you, I bid you lend us your strength. I've assigned an officer to await your word.
The Ascian's downfall was to be the work of my remaining days, but it was my hand that kindled these flames, and I cannot allow them to spread any further. I will do what I must to see this mistake consigned to history once and for all, even if it means begging your aid. The Fates will enjoy the irony, even as I endure the ignominy.
Can you imagine if you performed the ARR voice role, how much better guys would just read as a villain? Because like what guy says is hampered by his voice performance, frankly.
Mayhap we shall meet there anon.
There is more subtle nuance and interest and zest in ARR Gaius than it just seems like. He just seems like discount Darth Vader partly because of
We can
like
ill
he's
afford to ignore
portrayed
the
like
coming
that.
of a new Ultima weapon. Our friends' plight grows ever more precarious, and none save you can join them in the first. I only hope you are not forced to make a choice.
Okay. Stupid sexy guys. Raban is one of the few characters who I wish kept their original voice. I love new Raban more, but I love original Raban was very good. At least original Raban is now still a part of the game with Shadowbringers. Yeah, this was the first time I was thinking, why are we acting like this? Yeah, War never changed safe tray. Have a good one, killed, Kikote. Me too, lady. It's a little weird. King Mogomog this morning, Shadowbringers today. I've been enjoying them. Trying to comment on each video for the algorithm. Thank you. I really, 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 really appreciate that. So if I'm no. So unless we put out a new video that does well, I get like maybe 1 to 3 comments in a day. So you really don't fill it up. And it's I've read a lot of them lately, so thank you. They've been lovely to like retroactively think back on. Saving time from hunting if I leave for a bit, yeah. My godsister did Girl Scouts cookies in my youth. My godmother is Scout mom, so I supplied the Girl Scouts cookies. I really liked the peanut butter ones when I was young. Milkshake. I think the caramel coconut. Never felt it was my Warrior of Light's reaction. I never felt it was my Warrior of Light's reaction either, yeah. How everyone liked the No Helmet Gaius. I felt like the voice was pretty smooth in the transition from him being in one. Yeah. I mean, I think the transition from Gaius to Shadowhunter works really well. I think the main thing that feels friction, like that there's any kind of friction between Gaius that we get when he's Shadowhunter versus, you know, the Black Wolf as we know him, is only that the vocal performance of the original is so like almost cartoonishly like that it makes the grounded relatability and understandability of him later on kind of a little difficult. But if you look at just the content of what he's saying in the original, it actually matches up very, very well. I like Shadowhunter guys a lot better than Warframe guys. Definitely see the Warframe. Yeah. No Helmet guy is one of my favorite characters in the game. I love Gaius. I just do want to remind people he is a war criminal, killed thousands, and conquered many lands and nations. And for instance, Alamigo being conquered was on him. And he was committed to the Garlean ideology. Like, he's changed, he's trying to make amends for that, but never like let that go. So like, for instance, the Warrior of Light doing what they did. Remember, Gaius is the one who charged everyone to come into the Waking Sands and kill all the people there, right? All those people we buried, you know? And you know, that and much, much more. So just, like, it's okay to, like, forgive him. But don't just pretend that he's completely don't, like that. It's not understandable why he's not let off the hook on everyone's, you know, from everyone's standpoint. Tickle, good to see, glad to have you. How come we, who could be considered war veteran, come out of it, whereas a lot, if not a good number of soldiers, don't come out of it scarred for life with PTSD? I would say that, like, one of the things that the game does show, like, whether it's through Fordola seeing visions of the past or, like, the Dark Knight quest, I feel like we do come away with, like, PTSD or a certain level of scarring and cuts to our heart, right? The loss and all of that. But the whole point is the forging of head. And I would say even, you know, Shadowbringers and Endwalker are furthering that point. Are you sure about that? Have you done Eden 2? We have a good support network in the Scions, yeah. And that's a big part of it. We have a great support network. We're not alone, right? The difference is we're not alone. I think it's still in survival mode. I don't know that I would agree with that, Meowza, because I think there have been plenty of points where things have slowed down, and there's been no implication that things are particularly worse. Like, even post-Endwalker, right? Operation Archon, the Dragonsong War, the Alamegan Resistance, and Grand Companies, the Dome and Liberation Front. We have a couple of campaigns under our belt, but no debilitating trauma. That's also because, like, that's part of being the Warrior of Light, too, is the ability to take that wound and carry on for the sake of everybody else, those wounds, and then also rely on our friends and allies along the way. Is the 16 crossover going to be an alternate timeline with the 16th Legion coming for the bad future? No. Also, there isn't a 16th Legion. But, like, no, I would say that it would just be what they did. Just look at what they did for the 11 or the 15 crossovers. How likely would the weapons project have succeeded knowing what we know? I mean, it effectively already did succeed, so yes. Love the weapons quest line, but the main villain of the arc makes me very uncomfortable. Valen's? Yeah, well, he should, so success. He is horrendous, yeah. He's very well prepared, yeah. If you feel that, then it succeeded, yeah, exactly. I feel like the quest line retroactively elevates AR Gaius. Oh, absolutely it does. Absolutely, Tim. It actively, the more they do to make him great now, does more to make him great before. But yeah. Am I the only one who did have a problem with AR Gaius' voice? Tickle, I don't have a problem with it. In a vacuum for that character during ARR, I think it's fine. I think it undercuts the characterization as they plan to use him going forward. Yeah, it was fine. I don't hate it. I don't dislike it. I think it's entertaining. I think it's discount Darth Vader, and I mean that somewhat dismissively, but just like more descriptively. But it's like it is a for whom do you serve? And sort of for whom do you serve? You know, like it is played up, and so it's that takes away from the groundedness of later guys. It's that juxtaposition specific. People acting like it was the worst thing ever. It was fine. Yeah, no, I think it's fine. I don't think it's bad. But I think that the in terms of it underserves the character as we go on because of the juxtaposition between the way he's played there and way he's played later. Sound like ominous foreshadowing. We don't have to sound like ominous foreshadowing. After hearing such devastation, this was not my intention for the 100th time. I can appreciate the voice change, yeah. Power Rangers villain Gaius. I'm sure the Oodles and Oodles of Prey runs probably had some influence over that opinion. No, because I usually played Prey without it. That was an opinion that I was formulated my first time through, and I didn't start doing Prey runs until a while later. As for, like, if a lot of other people hate it, I mean, I haven't heard that. I'm sure there are, but... Gaius is one of the best villain redemption arcs in fiction, in my opinion. I can't agree with that, because his redemption arc isn't... His arc is mainly just, I'm going to try to do better, right? Like, his redemption arc is in the midst of being played out, and, like, he's not really redeemed for what he... Wurlit's destruction in the first place was his fault. Alamigo's destruction is his part. He's trying to change because he thinks that the things that he did were wrong. But the ideology of the strong must lead by example, you know... I wouldn't say it's one of the most amazing redemption arcs. I think it's a wonderful arc. But I don't know that it's about being redeemed, too. In the same way that I think for Dola's isn't necessarily just about being redeemed. It's about doing good anyways. And trying to redeem yourself in your own eyes, you know? Well, logic, we should leave Alamigo to its fate. They started beef with Gridania back in the day. I'm not sure I follow. I'm not talking about Garlemald. I'm talking about Gaius's actions as an individual, not the state. And also, there's a very big difference between holding people accountable and throwing them aside, right? Like, there's a difference between being like, Gaius did wrong and don't forget that the same way that the people of Alamigo don't for what Fordola did. And ignoring that, there's a difference between ignoring that completely or versus holding people accountable versus being cruel in response, right? What would it take for it to be off the hook? I mean, are people just completely redeemable after some point? Yeah, where being so if Alamigo gets a pass, so does Gaius. No, because one's a city-state and one is a city-state and one is a person. So those aren't you can't relate those two things. And by that marker, you could say that okay, Limsa doesn't ever get a pass because of the war conflicted on the kobolds, or Limsa has fought Thanalin, Ul'dah has fought like almost all the city-states have warred at some point. There's a very big difference then at some point in the past, multiple generations ago, two parties fighting, and one single individual buying into a imperial ideology and not only conquering, but leveling multiple cities, right? Like, it's not saying that he shouldn't be forgiven. I think he should. But you can't ignore that he did take those actions and cause that suffering. He said, let's not forget what Gaius did, and I also said, let's also not forget what Alamigo did. Yeah, but you're talking about the Autumn War, which existed multiple generations ago. By that, you could also say, let's not forget what Gridania has done to the Ixali. Yeah, you can choose to not forget but one of those is something that happened well over 100 years ago, right? Which means that the people who are around to hold that grudge, and also the royal line who led that war, no longer exist. Like, I mean, I've said it all throughout these streams, right? Like, forgiveness is not only a virtue, but is fundamentally the point. I'm not saying Gaius shouldn't be forgiven, but I think there's a difference between immediately treating him like he never did those things and forgetting history. There's a difference between treating Fordola like Fordola was always a hero versus Fordola did those actions that she did and now is trying to make amends, right? Yeah, Charlene Wisdom, a city is not a person, yeah. How much of Gaius' speech to us is true? Like, we having the power and qualities of a leader to rule. Well, I mean, his ideology as it professed in... Is it the nature of our soul or a bit of both? It's definitely not... I wouldn't say the nature of our soul, but I mean, like, Gaius' ideology as of ARR was the strong should lead, otherwise everything will break down, and otherwise... The only way to be and to avoid the most amount of, from a utilitarian perspective, just to avoid suffering, is for the strong to be the ones in power. You know? That's fair about the lots of breaks. I guess I just didn't see them that way when it felt like more distraction for my word of life to avoid dwelling and being strong from others than being there for us. Yeah. Guys did have a dramatic streak in AR. I mean, like, just go play Praetorium. He tells you exactly what his ideology is at that time and why he takes the action he does. Why he would, you know, like, think about the Emerald Weapon. When you fight the Emerald Weapon and you go into that, like, an image of Whirlit on fire, that was Gaius's assault on Whirlit. Like, he's the one who in the past assaulted and burned, you know, down much of Whirlit. You know? So no, I'm not saying the history of Alamigo should be not accounted for whatsoever. But Gaius is alive, and this happened within the past 20 years, versus the Autumn War, which happened multiple generations ago. Which people, there's no one left alive who even remembers the specific events or is aggrieved from those specific events. And that doesn't mean that the past shouldn't be forgotten. But by that same token, you could say that about every single city-state. You could say that about what happened with Sil D, with Hydaelyn. You could say about the ways in which Limsa betrayed the kobolds. But obviously, you know, via something like 5.4, it's about forgiving and trying to move past it. But the only way that happens is recognizing the sins that are committed, right? Like with Alamigo, part of about healing off out of what happened with Theodric was also about recognizing the terrible things that he did. You can't, to have reconciliation, you also have to have truth. And to ignore the truth of Gaius' actions prevents you from having reconciliation, right? Which is part of what the weapons questline is about, right? Is that the acknowledgement of his past and his actions. Last week, multiple generations, same... Last week. But it's not. But it's not the same difference. It's literally the difference of people being alive to deal with it. Like, the point is about truth and reconciliation. It's not the same thing. And we're not going to agree to disagree. It's just not the same thing. You can say it matters. I totally agree. But it is two fundamentally different things. As ever, the way forward is paved with difficult decisions. We can ill afford to ignore the threat of the new Ultima weapon, but with each passing day, the plight of the Scions grows ever more perilous. If you cannot stay for a debriefing on the Ultima weapon, I will not stop you. I only ask that you confer with me before returning to the First. You can't reconcile if everyone around a thing is dead. You can only remember and learn from. Take it. You're ready to return to the First. I take it you're ready to return to the First. Then I would ask you appraise the others of recent events here in the Source. Namely, Xenos' return and the development of a new Ultima weapon. As for their bodies, you may assure them Master Matoya and I will continue doing what we can to keep their corporeal aether stable. Safe travels, Elio. I hope to see you and the other Scions soon. You'll see a lot of guys' ideology in the weapon quest line in a weird way how the ideology can be corrected, for lack of a better word. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, right. I mean, the point is that I would say look at what he says in the weapons quest line compared to what he says in the to the specifics of what he says and what how he's adjusted it in look at the versus ARR versus the weapons quest line. Remember that we once lived, Emmett Selk, performed war crimes and genocide. Right. Right. Well, I mean, then there's a difference between right. I mean, there's a difference between a recognition of like, holding him to account also is different because, like, that there are no Alligans to hold him to account, right, in terms of the pains of those sorrows of the past. But also the man who perpetrated it still lives, right? Daniel, good to see you, glad to have you. Last week versus Generations is very representative of how the Dragonsong War was, if I recall, in terms of perception. Right, but Nidhogg still lives, right? So the thing is that the legacy of the crimes of the past, the people still involved, Nidhogg lost his sister and still lives, right? So in that case, it is the same thing because the people aggrieved and the suffering and cycle are still caught in the exact same place, right? Because the dragons who suffered the loss of Ratatoskr still are there. So in that point, it is the same thing because it's the same pain and cycle and loss. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Oh, I got someone trying to hack my account. Quitting Final Fantasy 14, 300 mil giveaway starting in 15 minutes. Do not ever click on those. Those are all scams to get you to lose your money or to take your account. Do you think guys would have supported Hydaelyn or Zodiark if he lived in that time? Probably Zodiark. Almost certainly Zodiark. I mean, it would have been about the power. It would have been a utilitarian. It would have been about saving the most amount of people from his standpoint. Do you think by the point now at Shadowbringers we surpassed the original Ultima weapon, like we don't need Hydaelyn's intervention anymore to win against it? Did we become that powerful? I think you could argue that, but I don't know. Well, but the Hydaelyn's intervention isn't about the Ultima weapon. No, we could not survive a direct blast from the Ultima weapon. Bees asleep like a light button. Right? So, like, if we got blasted with the Ultima, I don't care where we're at, we're gonna get fucking got by that. That was where the intervention was most important, right? So that would be my point. It's very easy to redeem evil characters in fiction, especially when they have silky voices like Gaius. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I think he should be on an arc to redemption. I think there should be a path towards redemption. I mean, like, hell, I've said it almost, like, half of all the streams we've done. There has to be, otherwise why would people improve? But the point about, but you can't be redeemed if your crimes are ignored. You have to make up for those things, right? Not just pretend that they didn't happen. Forgiveness is not pretending something didn't happen. Forgiveness is forgiving an action because of someone setting on a new course, trying to make up for those things. Fordola does not get forgiven because all her actions are ignored in the past. They're acknowledged, accepted, and then you move forward, you know? 14 safety lessons with Elio, how not to get hacked, yeah. Damn it, don't give up the game, Elio. No, I'm gonna have to find other dubious means to make you. Brian, good to see you, glad to have you. You've come at the most opportune time, my friend. I made something of a breakthrough in my research on the soul, and a means to return the Scions home. I trust you have been making good use of your time. Ill tidings from the source, you say. Then I will summon the others that we might all be appraised of the situation.
Now that we are all here, what news from the source? A new Ultima weapon. We must count ourselves lucky that Gaius has pledged his assistance.
While this is indeed a worrying development, I think the state of the Empire as a whole greater grounds for concern. With the Emperor slain and Xenos returned, it is impossible to predict how matters will unfold in Garlemald. The Ultima weapon may be but the first of many unpleasant surprises.
Cathra, good to see you, glad to have you.
The situation beareth closer observation, of that there is no doubt, and doth compound our need to return unto the source.
Then let us address that issue. Our long search for a means to see you safely home may well be nearing its conclusion. Thanks in large part to Eorzean and Beklug's invaluable insight, we have succeeded in fashioning a vessel for the journey.
We set out to create a crystalline container retaining the more useful properties of white Eorzean, but without its regrettable limitations. And after a good deal of trial and error, we made one. An ark for soul and mind both that will allow your incorporeal self in its entirety to be ferried between worlds. A spirit vessel, if you will.
However?
Though the vessel is possessed of the requisite qualities to hold mind and memory, it wanteth yet for a means to receive of them. For that, we must needs imbue it with the Exarch's innate gift.
A gift that lives on only through the blood of the Allegan Emperors, which certainly does not flow within Aurosite or any other crystal.
Brian, thank you for Archon. Enjoy your emotes.
So, milady. The blood serveth as a conduit of sorts. In its absence, memory cannot pass from mind unto mind, nor from flesh unto crystal.
That being the case, we must either alter the process of inheritance so as to require no such thing, or determine a means by which my blood may permeate the vessel. I am hopeful that the records found within this tower will yield the knowledge we require to pursue one or the other of these avenues.
As well you should be. The Allegan's body of etherological research is extraordinary. I can scarce believe it the work of ages past. But its underlying principles are not so very different from those of my own field of study. Given time, we will find the answers we seek.
I know that you can ill afford to wait, and it pains me that I must ask you to do so. I can only reaffirm my promise to you that a solution will be found. Whatever it takes, I will see you safely home.
My apologies.
I do hope you haven't come to tell us that mortal peril fast approaches.
No. I had hoped to speak with the Warrior of Darkness. But there is no need to cut short your meeting on my account. I will be waiting outside.
Why not speak in here? She knows I don't mind. Unless she didn't want to.
Perhaps I might accompany you. Though I am woefully ill-qualified to assist in the Exarch's research, I may yet be of some use to Lena.
Oh, that sucks, Kethra. So what's been happening? Not much. I have been relatively quiet on my end. We didn't have a lot going on during the weekend. And Monday, we obviously had the game off because because of the patches. So you didn't miss too much. Funny, even as the Warrior of Darkness at this point, I still find herself being a gopher still in the MSQ. I mean, I feel like in the MSQ, we're not so much gophers. I feel like these are like core missions, right? You know, and I mean, like, it's also our disposition to journey and adventure. You know, think about our seat and all that. I feel like Let's Go is more like, oh, I can make myself useful here. Yeah, like the subtle Emeraldine design of the spirit vessel. Emeraldine, I guess so. I guess it is Art Deco. Yeah, it runs on solar power. Des, good to see you. Glad to have you. Brian, good to see you. Glad to have you. Sounds good, lady. The Scions here inventing entire new technologies every few months, with like 20 personal and whatever funding Tataru can scrounge up. Yeah, I mean, it's always like, you know, to solve a need though, right? And using currently existing aetherochemical technologies and advancing on them. Helps we have a knack for making friends of very smart, capable people along the way. Yeah, Raha getting jealous of Warrior's Light time with Lena. I don't think that's it. I think he's just confused. Lena's acting weird because I think Lena knows that her time with the Exarch is coming to an end. I must confess, while I enjoy my fair share of scholarly research, it will be good to step outside for a spot of fresh air. Now then, shall we go and speak with Lena? Subtle thumping sound. Let me know if you keep hearing it. Grandpa Raha's senses are tingling. Yeah. We have little time, so I will be brief. A sin eater has been sighted in Lakeland, and I ask for your assistance in slaying it. A sin eater? I had heard some few yet remained after the knight had returned, but perhaps we should call the others. That will not be necessary. It is only a single sin eater. A simple task for our guard, I should think. That said, I believe fighting alongside the Warrior of Darkness would be a valuable experience for them. Peace can lead to complacency, and gain nothing from an easy victory, but you do not underestimate your foes, however harmless they may seem. My men would do well to learn from your example. Let's be about it then. Excellent. Then let us make for Fort Job. You hear that sound too. I wonder if it's my knees knocking from bouncing. I'll try not seeing if it's my leg. Maybe it's a mic wire? Maybe. Let's try. Let me know if that's any better. Despite doing the Orchulous hunt for the company of heroes being beneficial for us, that still feels like being a gopher. Yeah, but wasn't that ARR? Let me know if that's any better. If you would wait here a moment, I will gather the others. I don't even think it's just MMO quest design though, Daniel, because I feel like the thing is that that's set up in ARR. It's supposed to be your early days in adventure, right? You know. You may not remember, but you have met these soldiers once before, though only in passing. I mean, we don't have, like, Farm 3 Gopher bots anymore. I was at death's door the day after the Sin Eaters attacked. If you and yours hadn't come along, I'd have likely stepped through and wouldn't have been alone. Your courage and selflessness is something we all aspire to. I too was there that terrible day. My friend was transformed into a Sin Eater before my very eyes, and I had no choice but to cut her down. The thought of returning to the field, of holding a blade again, it filled me with dread. That is no way to honor her or my comrades, and so I have returned. I swear I will not let you or anyone else down from this day forward. A pleasure to meet you, sir, truly. It seems like only yesterday I watched as you took flight to Stridon Amaro to go and save the Oracle. Strange to think that the Umorn soldiers were once locked blades with are now on our side, but we will do our utmost to keep the peace here in Lakeland. We seem to be missing one. My apologies, Captain Alina. An elderly gentleman asked that I escort him to Clearmelt. It took longer than I anticipated. I'll not begrudge your desire to help those in need, but a soldier must be punctual, especially when we play host to honored guests. It won't happen again. The name's Thaler. I'm sure you don't remember, but we met once before in the infirmary. I asked you to deliver a message to the Exarch and the Warrior of Darkness. Little did I know I was already talking to him. Don't give up, don't give in. I keep those words close to my heart, and the boundless, beautiful skies above serve as a reminder of their importance. My friend got to see the knight's return shortly before he passed. He left this world with a smile, satisfied with a glimpse of what was to come. But there are countless others who weren't so fortunate. They gave their lives for the promise of a future they'll never know, and so it falls to us to do everything we can to fulfill that promise. No matter what happens, we won't give up. We won't give in. Your heroism has inspired us all, our guardsmen in much the same manner. Our scouts at the northern staging point have not yet the pleasure of meeting you in person. Let us not keep them waiting. There's wanting to help be involved in people's problems, and then there's being taken advantage of, which has happened before in the game. I mean, but I feel like the Dark Knight quest also brings this up, right? Which is that I think the part of the point about the Warrior of Light is erring on the side of still helping anyways. And doesn't matter. The point is you still do as much as you can wherever you can for as long as you can. And the Warrior of Light has the capacity to do a lot more and constantly. I mean, we also are allowed to show our annoyance of being pulled into things, you know. Moles, not gopher. Was there a quest where you needed to farm gopher butts? No, not in specific. Goddamn Garla moles. There's that one spy in the beginning of ARR, codename Hummingway. You never know while in a marketplace what juicy tidbit of gossip information you might pick up. Yeah, you don't know who you might help, that make all the difference in the world, right? That's kind of part of the point. I like the Crystarium uniform, stylish but not over-designed. Yeah, very classic. After us, do you think there will be another Warrior of Darkness to rise in the first, or is that role meant to be specifically be for us alone? I can't say because we're 5.2 and 5.3 is kind of also about the reconciliation of the notion of a Warrior of Light, right? So, always trying to help no matter what is the hallmark of our character. Even Ardbert, our Shard, did the same. Not being able to not care endlessly, yeah.
Did you slay this eater? Your orders were to await the main force before engaging.
No, Captain. It wasn't us, I swear it. A man came out of nowhere and cut it down before we knew what was happening.
Hi, Arianje.
By himself. Certainly it is no light warden, but nevertheless.
It's true. Felled it with a single swing of his axe, he did. I've never seen anything like it. So I says to him, who are you, the Warrior of Bleeding Darkness?
Hey, Thancred.
And he says, no, I'm a Warrior of Light. And that was it. Buggered off as quick as he came. A Warrior of Light?
Why would someone go around calling himself that, though? It was those bastards who caused the flood. I mean, if you were going to pretend to be anyone, it'd be him, the Warrior of Darkness.
Yeah, I think it's about chain of command, Tickle.
It's an honor.
And also, it wasn't so much a pony show. It was also they were being working with the Warrior of Light to like take down the Sin Eater, right? It's like they had a specific job to do. So it is like important responsibility for like for a hierarchy of command to be on time.
Here is done. Return to your posts.
Yeah, I mean, same with me, right? Like, I struggle with being punctual in the same way. But if you're going to be a part of a command structure...
But I'll continue to follow your example, and may we meet again.
Oh, I didn't realize it was Maxima's voice actor. That's cool. That also explains Maxima being in 5.2.
Journey. It seems I overestimated the threat. As for this Warrior of Light... I do not know who would be brazen enough to take that mantle for his own. Whatever it may once have meant, it is forever tainted by the association with the Flood. The Exarch told me the truth of Ardbert and his comrades' deeds, and I am aware they played some part in your own triumph. But to most, they are synonymous with the calamity that befell this world. Still, if this man is minded to destroy Sin Eaters, I may forgive him his unfortunate choice of alias. But that is neither here nor there. I thank you for accompanying me.
With that concluded, shall we return to the Crystarium? There is a proposal I should like to make.
I think in the field's a little different than that, but yeah, I see your point, Tickle.
A personal concern of mine. I had hoped you might have a moment to speak privately.
Like when people's lives and deaths are especially on the line with Sin Eaters.
I shall go on ahead.
Yeah, I mean, but just like separate from talking about ideology, right, for reasons whether or not you would join the military, like just specifically if you are in a chain of command where like people's lives are on the line, it is important to be able to be reliable, right? Even if you don't fully agree with something, like it is, like that consistency is, especially for you spent the better part of 100 years fighting for existential survival,
I will not
you know?
mince words. This matter concerns the Exarch. His countenance belies his age, his demeanor never has. He has seen more than any man should and grown ever more weary with time. But I see I give the wrong impression. While it is true he attempted to open a letter with a salmon fillet the other evening, we are not here because I suspect his mind is deteriorating. Nor do I believe him to be so maddeningly unconcerned by the prospect of his own death as he once was. Indeed, the opposite is true. It is for this reason that I seek your advice. Since he returned from the Tempest, the Exarch is not as he was. He seems a different man. A younger man. I know not the details of his research, but when I saw him at work recently, there was a glint in his eye that I had never seen before. He looked happy. It was as if he had peered into the future and for the first time found joy there. Though it gladdens me to see him thus, I wonder if I should not keep my distance. I fear that my presence will only anchor him to the past, remind him of all the pain that came before.
No, because she says, like, but she says that that while your reason's good, it's important to be on time. Because, like, she doesn't dismiss what he was doing as unimportant. She just also points out that it is important, that it's important that if you have a commitment and a responsibility that you're there, which is true, right? Especially if she's a commander and her responsibility is to make sure that people are in line and in order. He's lost without you, you know. He misses you greatly already.
Are you sure?
And I'm saying there,
We
but
might remain as we were.
I don't understand why you're saying
as
that.
we have always been.
Because you might find that true for you, but that doesn't change the reality of the practicality for other people.
In that case, I will have to speak with him about the amount of time he is spending at work. This research is important, I know, but if he refuses to consider his own health, I will have to consider it for him.
Yeah, I get really bad aches and pains when the depression is really bad, guys. So I'm having a hard couple of weeks right now. But no, I'll be fine. Thanks. I will not keep you. You and your comrades have much to discuss. I will see the others back to their post. I mean, it's not even just military. It's literally just about, it's not even just about military instructional commands. It's like, if you are part of something where you've agreed to be part of a thing where you have specific responsibilities, sometimes it's important that you have to make sure that you follow those, you have to prioritize those first. And there's also not an absolute situation in which you have to be the only one responsible for something. There are existent tools like link pearls and other things besides that you can be used as tools to try to other ways to solve that problem. For instance, have the old man wait for a short period of time at one of the forts, right? Let's say they're coming from Crystarium 2 going somewhere, or let's say they're at the Ostov Imperative trying to come to Fort Job. There are other soldiers that are there as well that can be set up for that guard post, or the Amaro launches, or the any number of solutions. So it's treating as that there's only one option, and it's saying that like somehow Lena's in the wrong for literally doing the thing that she's responsible for just seems odd to me, and like aggressively treating it as if she's like in the wrong seems odd to me. Welcome back, lady. The others were quite shocked to hear of what we found in Lakeland, but now that you're here, there's a proposal I should like to make. I have been spending a great deal of time in the Cabinet of Curiosity. Of late, I have noted more and more people perusing books on history, the years leading up to the Flood in particular. I suspect they wish to know more about the Warriors of Light as well they should, but nearly everything I've come across describes them as sin eaters or worse. Regardless of whether or not this Warrior of Light is who they claim to be, I worry that their sudden appearance in conjunction with the renewed interest in their predecessors may lead to growing unrest and fear. If the people of the Crystarium seek the truth, I say we give it to them. I too can attest to the falsehoods found within full many of the Cabinet's tomes, with nary a mention of the noble deeds of Ardbert and his comrades. To be fair, they bear some responsibility for the Flood, but when the tale is told again and again over the course of a century, I'm not surprised to see their roles distorted and them painted as villains. Were it not for the records stored within the Crystal Tower, I would have no reason to question the narrative. Unfortunately, that knowledge was of no use, for when I arrived here in the First, the reputation had already been irreparably tarnished. That said, there still remained those who worked tirelessly to defend their good name in those early days following the Flood. Considering all the good they had done, I find it a wonder they need defending at all. They brought to justice the man who misused my knowledge to bring about the fall of Verbert. That such foes could be spoken in the same breath as sin-eaters is absurd. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, but as time passed, those who knew firsthand of their deeds dwindled. In the end, only one truth remained, that they were the cause of the Flood. With the world on the brink of oblivion, it was all too easy for the Warriors of Light to become villains deserving only of resentment and hate. At this point, the truth mattered little. It would not change their lot. Thanks to all of you, however, their lot has changed, and now they may heed the long-forgotten truth. You claimed it was Ardbert who helped you overcome Emmett Selk, correct? Such a revelation would do well to sway their hearts and those of who know him only as a villain. I have shared this with a few select few, but one and all must be told of his sacrifice. To that end, I say we proceed with Alfino's plan. We call together the people of the Crystarium and recount to them the true tale of the Warriors of Light and the Flood that followed in their wake. Well, what say you, Elio? Spread the word. I wish we only had done it sooner. In hindsight, I agree, but better late than never, no? Exarch, might I ask you continue to working with Bekalug on our means of returning home? The rest of us will see to gathering the people of the Crystarium and the Exedra. We have to reach out to anyone and everyone who might be willing to lend an ear. With any luck, word will spread and more will accompany them. Better late than never. If you know, you know, and I'm sorry. Better Nate than Lever. I literally read that as what it. Lena's hair was so pretty. Could you imagine how heavy and how hot it would be? Not to mention how hard to take care of. I mean, honestly, I feel like the ears would be much harder than the hair. Imagine trying to wash those things. come to browse the wares in the market, have you? Well, I can guarantee you'll have no trouble finding what you need. After it, whatever it may be. Under Yulmore's new leadership, trade has never been more prosperous. Word is that the fellow from the dataless stonework has taken over as mayor. Did he really? Little wonder business is booming the way it is. I imagine it won't be long before all of Norvrant reaps the benefits. But you've not come to talk about the market. Something on your mind? Come to talk about the Warriors of Light. I see. The Exarch did mention that they had something to do with your returning the Night of Norvrant. Alright, consider my interest piqued. Well, well, to what do I owe the pleasure? Whatever it is, I must ask you be brief. With the night returned, visitors have been flocking to the Crystarium, and I find myself too busy by half. I don't mind it, though. Seeing the stairs so full of life and excitement, one can almost forget the flood ever happened. What about if we had stories to tell of the Warriors of Light? The Warriors of Light? Yes, the Exarch has mentioned them before, but everyone knows them now as the Cardinal Virtues. Or are you suggesting there's more to it than that? Well, you've yet to steer us wrong, so I'm willing to hear what you have to say. I gotta keep trying to mount up. If they function like rabbit ears as we know them, the heat wouldn't be a major issue. Because this one has regulated body temperature. Yeah, right, because of all the surface area and capillary blood vessels, right? That makes sense. I've watched bunnies in the wild. They actually clean their ears the same way as cat does. The size of the Q-tips needed. Yes, I know you shouldn't use them clean ears, but I was born in the mid-'80s. It was more of feral time. I definitely love using Q-tips, even though you shouldn't. Elio, my, what a wonderful surprise. Though I hope you being here doesn't mean someone's been hurt. Thanks to you, I've had far fewer patients coming through my door of late, which is a shame, come to think of it. I've had fewer opportunities to test my new medicines. All that bitter nonsense. I jest, of course. Actually, it's been quite a pleasant few moments to have to myself now and again. What if I could spare some time to talk about the Warriors of Light? The truth about the Warriors of Light? Well, the Exarch has already spoken with me about them. Well, if there's more to the tale, I'd very much like to hear it. Eternal winds from the land. A sound. I really wonder what the main theme for 7.0 is going to be like. And I wonder what music if there's going to be renditions of from past themes. I wonder if it's going to be highly orchestral or... Because, I mean, Soken's used a lot of rock since we've... Well, well, what a coincidence. I was just reading over a letter I received from Grenald not too long ago. He says a visitor from the Crystarium found him at the bottom of the ocean, and then he inspired him to reach new artistic heights. Well, I can only think of one person capable of both feats, though I'd say this letter is far more impressive. To think fate could bring the two of you together in such a place. That's all well and good, but could I tell you about the Warriors of Light? I'm sorry, you mean the Exarch didn't tell us the whole story of the Warriors of Light? Well, whatever he's left unsaid, I'm all ears. Be interesting going back to a lot of smaller scale conflicts. It also depends on what you mean by smaller scale, right? Because, like, the existential existence of your continent and nation is where we started at in Our Realm Reborn, right? So it's like, does Heavensward constitute a smaller scale conflict? You know, and at current pace, I don't know that I would consider it smaller scale. But, you know, it's small scale stuff. I mean, but, like, genuine question, right? Like, what constitutes small scale? Because we do small-scale things, like with side quests and quests and still. But in terms of, like, a main conflict, like, even ARR is still pretty far-ranging in terms of, like, multiple nations, right? Saving a shard or something. I don't know, it'll be interesting to see if it's constantly saving shards, right? Because, like, we've got New World and Mera-Citia both. It's like, Mera-Citia I can imagine, like, might have to do with, like, cross shards, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have at least one expansion that's just about the continent. But then again, I mean, like, do you consider that any engagement with another shard whatsoever part and parcel to it? I was thinking more Heaven's Word when I said smaller scale. Right, but like 1,000 years long war between two races, right? Like, if that's what you think of as small scale, then yeah, I think we definitely could. But like, I mean, even that's a huge thing, right? So, more than likely Allegan. Mirror City gonna have some Dragon Song vibes or Allegan? The answer to what you just said is yes to both, because definitely Allegan and definitely Dragon. But I wouldn't say Dragon Song necessarily, because it's more Tiamat Bahamut would be the two that you would want to look towards in like their stuff. But yeah. And compared to Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker AR plus Heaven's Word, brother. I feel like Stormblood is absolutely though on the same scale as like Endwalker. Or on the same scale as like a Realm Reborn and Heaven's Word. Because Stormblood is just it's a war story. In some ways, it's less epic, right? You're talking about, like, just kind of contending with, like, history from the past 20 years and fighting part of a war on two sides. But, like, the Dragonsong War is an 1,000 years long war for the existential survival of two different races that are locked in combat forever with the secrets of Allag hidden as the final endpoint, right? You know? Like, I don't feel like Heaven's Word is smaller in scale. I mean, like, literal geographic scale, sure. But, like, in terms of scope of what's involved... You know? I mean, with the First Brood and Allag and... You also have the Warring Triad stuff for Mirror City stuff. I'm also unsure if that translates musically. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do a version of, like, Sophia's theme or anything for that stuff. Writing. No, this can't be. Surely there is at least one book here that does not cast the Warriors of Light and the Deeds in such a negative light! It's okay, Morin. I'm sure you'll find one. Oh, Elio, forgive me. The Cabinet of Curiosity has been bustling with visitors of late, but I fear our repository lacks the further knowledge that they seek. The people wish to know the truth of the flood of the Warriors of Light. I have searched high and low, but alas, every account portrays them as no better than sin-eaters, abominations worthy of only scorn and resentment. I know there will always be judged so harshly, yet I can find no proof, and I dare call myself a librarian. It's okay. Slow down. You would address the people and tell them the truth of the Warriors of Light and of the Flood. Now, wonderful! You have regaled me with a tale once before, but I should love to hear it again. Oh, and you may be assured I will not come alone. Should the 7.0 theme have drums like in Footfalls? I mean, have they not used drums in everything? I mean, I would assume they'll use drums. I don't know. It just depends. If you include post-patch Stormblood, sets us up for the 8th Emerald Calamity pretty neat as well. Yeah, but I mean, like, think about it, but also so does Heaven's Word. 3.4 and 3.5, right? Like, 3.4 especially. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, if you look at, like, 3.0 and 4.0, I actually think that if you talk about geography, yeah, I guess technically speaking, Stormblood is wider. But I think in terms of, like, the grandness and the amount of, like, not only information that's expounded upon, but importance to the history and legacy of the world, I feel like they're pretty co-equal, you know? Remember to breathe, Morin. Yeah. I will tell you, it's honestly easier sometimes to voice the fast-talking people because my brain constantly moving at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm not saying it's moving 1,000 miles an hour full of good thoughts or, well, thought-out thoughts, just that it's constantly moving fast. Could totally see it. We visited Tree People, Region, Town, Tribe, and some more chill theme that was reminiscent of Fiend. Dude, lo-fi chill Fiend would be the most hysterical thing, and I dearly wish we could get to see it. I went from upper 30s female this past Friday to 84. Oh, Fahrenheit. I'm totally melting down. Yeah, it's starting to get warmer here too. I'm really hoping to hear a lot of the musical themes that have been established for things like dragons, Algans, etc., used in new and distinctive genre styles for 7.0. Yeah, it's hard because like the problem is that Bahamut doesn't really have his own theme. Dalamud and like the Binding Coils had some of their own musical themes, but they're more Allagan than they are Bahamut's. And Bahamut had answers as part and parcel to his thing, right? Which isn't so much him. And then you have Tiamat kind of has the primary dragon theme, the Midgard summer theme, you know. I mean, we could see new renditions of it. Yeah, I guess that would be the ADHD mood there. Warrior Triad beats to farm and chill too, yeah. Brain has zoomies for better or worse and all between. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. There you are. Between the four of us, I dare say we swept the Crystarium from top to bottom. Now we need but wait for the people to gather. This is a very important scene, if it's the scene I think it is.
Yes, this looks to be nearly everyone. Let us begin, shall we? Though I am usually the first to hold forth at such events, I think on this occasion that honor should fall to you.
Mango, I don't know if I said it, but good to see you. Glad to have you if I didn't.
They would be more inclined to take the word of the Warrior of Darkness.
Indeed. In light of the subject matter, who better than thee to speak these truths?
Long ago, there were 5 friends. They fought valiantly to defend the world. They stood against the forces of darkness and held the line for light. On and on they fought, against impossible odds, saving people time and time again, till one day, in order to save the world, they did the unthinkable. At the cost of their own lives, left their home, and went to another land altogether. And in the end, they gave all themselves, just in order to buy a little more time. And the bravest of them all, Ardbert, well, at the most important moment, in the final hour,
Wicked White.
he was responsible for our
Warriors of
success
Light
in
did
bringing
all
the night
that?
back to the sky.
So they never... I mean, they only ever wanted to help. And when everything they'd done turned to ash, they still carried on.
They gave
Sorry, that was all
everything to
ad-lib, so
stop
I have
the
no
flood.
idea if that was any good.
First their lives, then their souls. And they managed it too, in the end. They saved us. And we cursed their names.
This should go a long way towards clearing the air.
If I had known that that was going to happen, I actually probably would have tried to prepare something. I love the detail that his axe is clean. It's such a specific detail.
Impossible.
I take it that I'm not imagining it then?
I definitely see something. You don't think it's a ghost, do you?
Nay, yonder standeth no bloodless apparition, but a warrior of light and darkness both. Ardbert.
What in the world?
It's you! The one who slew the Eater!
Thanks,
It
Sarah.
should be the
Thanks,
warrior
guys.
of darkness who brought the truth to light. You've saved me a fair bit of time, though I have a few words of my own to say, if I may.
People of
I
the
love these original
Crystarium,
voice.
I am Ardbert, one of those you know as a warrior of light.
That's impossible. You should be dead.
Aye, that I should. But as the world has been given new life, so too have I. I know not why I, and I alone, have been gifted this chance. But I do know this. Only by the will of the star itself could such a miracle come to pass. The hero who stands before you now
the warrior of darkness, is not of this world. And the day will come when he must return to his home. But this land is our home. And if it is to remain so, now and forevermore, it is we who must protect it. The time to rely on saviors from afar has passed. It is you who must rise. You who must become the new warriors of light.
What? Us? Warriors of light?
Yeah, Oblivion, I hear you.
None of us were born heroes, my friend. I was only ever a man with a thirst for adventure. But wherever my journeys took me, I was invariably confronted with the same choice. To lend what aid I could to those in need, or not. And I always chose the former. Any one of you could do the same. All you need is the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through.
Am I crazy? Is the red on his warrior outfit a darker shade than it normally is?
From thine own lips did we learn of Ardbert's fate, and by thy countenance I gather thou art not inclined to recant thy testimony. Yet whosoever this man may be, his words hold truth and resonate with the citizenry besides. For us to voice our doubts here and now would serve but to sow disquiet. 'Twere better we retired unto the ocular and there discuss this matter in private.
Go. I will stay here and watch.
I'm just curious because that crimson was a very specific shade. For those who know, you know.
So,
almost like
that
a
is
certain
the warrior
mask.
of light of the first. I've not had the pleasure of making his acquaintance, but as you all seem to be in agreement, I gather this is no simple case of mistaken identity.
As far as I was able to discern, that was indeed Ardbert. It has been a long time, but not that long. Could he truly have been resurrected as he claims?
It looks like him, it sounds like him, but it's not
Did
him.
entrust his very soul unto thee. I see no reason to question thy judgment.
Nor I. To my eyes, your ether burns as brightly as the day you slew Emmett Selk. That is proof that he is with you still.
Yet that which standeth now before the people is far more than a passing imitation. I am reminded of the cardinal virtues, though a sin-eater he is not. Which leaveth but one plausible explanation.
That he is an Ascian.
Good timing on the Ascian theme.
Given their fondness for posthumous possession, I would have to agree. From what I understand, the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore by those whom they had aided in life. At the time, some few still remembered them as heroes. Needless to say, 4 of them were subsequently exhumed to serve as the virtues. And if one knew where to look, Ardbert too would not have been difficult to find.
Assuming then that this is indeed the work of an Ascian, my mind inevitably turns to the last remaining paragon to survive the Sundering.
Xenos hath reclaimed his own flesh is known. Thus evicted from his borrowed form, and cognizant no doubt of Emetzelk's failure here in the first, 'tis quite possible the emissary chose Ardbert for his next vessel.
Inhabiting the flesh of the fallen? Why, that is unsavory. And they do this often, you say?
Yet more evidence against necromancy?
Verily, for they possess no corporeal forms of their own. In what one may term their natural state, none save those gifted with the echo can perceive them. Indeed, when Elidibus intruded upon the waking sands, his presence did go unmarked by all save Minfilia and the Warrior of Light. On that occasion, I myself remained ignorant of his coming until after his departure. It was only at a later juncture, when he deigned to appear before me in borrowed flesh, that I was finally able to take the measure of him. In such puppetry do the Ascians engage when they seek to influence the course of history.
And they have gained much by it. Emetzelk single-handedly built the Garlean Empire in this manner, while La Hebrea came close to conquering Eorzea, having taken possession of Thancred's living body.
Yet it must needs be noted that the Ascians cannot avail themselves of all mortal vessels. For were they able to do so, none would serve as a better pawn than our own redoubtable champion. Mayhap the blessing of light shieldeth Hydaelyn's chosen from Ascian influence. Or mayhap other forces are at work. We cannot say for certain.
Whatever the reason, I hope it holds true. I dare not contemplate what might come to pass otherwise.
Is it not peculiar, then, that Ardbert's mortal remains should be susceptible, given that he was once a warrior of light? Or did the final departure of his soul make it possible, perhaps?
Almost like establishing that the echo is tied to the soul.
To hear an Ascian use him to call forth new warriors of light boggles the mind.
Elidibus hath ever been an enigma, his ostensible purpose being to preserve the balance between light and dark. When he made overtures towards me, however, I was afforded a glimpse behind the mask of the self-appointed emissary. I shall not defend mine actions, undertaken in pursuit of a better understanding of our foe, as either wise or prudent. Nevertheless, what little I did glean may now prove useful. Elidibus possesseth a subtle mind, practiced in the art of manipulation. That he coaxed this star's most valiant heroes as far as the source with naught save half-truths is no trifling feat. And now I believe he doth employ his skills once more to some as yet unknown end. Though naught is certain, should my suspicions prove true, we shall have need of all our wits if we are to uncover and thereafter thwart his plot.
Agreed. 'Tis plain that simply speaking out against him will not avail us. At best, it would only serve to confuse the people. And I would hesitate to do anything which might tarnish Ardbert's reputation once more, nor yours by association. That being the case, it may be wise to keep a covert eye on this Ardbert's movements, as we attempt to discern his purpose and how best to mitigate his influence.
His performance appears to have concluded. What now? Go back out and follow him?
Twould appear Master Alphino already hath pursuit in mind, and I suspect one pair of eyes shall better serve our cause than half a dozen. Let the rest of us maintain an inconspicuous distance, for the present at least.
I mean, I feel like it's an earned suspicion of the worst, right? Like, Elidibus is an Ascian. There's no way he's seeking something good in the long run, because what he's seeking has to be the rejoining. And we know that Arbert's soul is still within the Warrior of Darkness, so it's like, I feel like it's understandable, you know?
You did well to dispel the falsehoods surrounding the Warriors of Light and their actions prior to the Flood, though I must say the reappearance of Arbert, or rather one who appropriated his identity, was a rather curious development. He is an impostor, of that there is no doubt, but to the masses he will appear as a hero returned from the grave. After the Warriors of Light were laid to rest in Yulmore, the people prayed fervently for the gods to deliver them from their plight, prayed that these fallen heroes be born again for their sacrifices. What bitter irony. I, for one, would like to know why Ardbert urged the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. Ere we take action, we must need to ascertain his intent. Let us pray that Master Alfino returneth soon with the most essential knowledge. For now, I think it best to appraise Thancred and Reen of our efforts. When we do confront Ardbert, we shall now no doubt have need of their strength. Agreed. I think it prudent we all take measures to prepare for what's to come. Becklug and I will continue our research into how we might improve the spirit vessel, that it might one day carry you home. Then I think it is time I return to the Great Wood. Until now, everything we have learned of the Ascians has been handed to us at their leisure. But that is one of Emmett Silk's unique failings. I have no reason to think Elidibus will be as forthcoming. Fortunately, I have received word from Fanau that hitherto explored chambers have been discovered deep within the Katana Ravel. Almet believes the relics within tell of a great calamity that befell an ancient civilization, that of the Ascians, perhaps. They may lead us to the truths we seek. Would you care for some company? I wouldn't dream of going without you. When you are ready to make for Fanau, Almet and her sisters will be expecting us. Then let us be about our task. Pray, give my regards to the V's.
V. Arianje's talking about you. Light. Which line in specific did you mean? And later, we'll go through first. When my first go through, I was confused as hell why Elidibus thought to make new Warriors of Light to slow us down. Maybe I was just tired when it was explained, but I never figured out why. I can't tell you why, but think about how 5.3 climaxes. So a couple things. Part of it's explained in 5.2, part of it is explained in 5.3. Did I never attune to Fanau? Okay. By the power of balloons, I ride! Oh. Here. There we go. Have a good night, Tracy. Hope you feel better. Arianje's lines about the Ascians not possessing the Warrior of Light. Oh! Yes. New lady, lady, blue, ha, nah, he. Level of zoning out. Almost asked you in stream is NA servers are upward. It's that kind of day, Infinite. It's that kind of day. Currently they are shut down, but I was given priority access. Definitely. Raven's right. They even added in a trust system for you guys, so I have you guys put in your only trusts. I kind of like Civilizations. Yes, it's ridiculous and over the top, but I also love it. I feel like, though, it's only ridiculous and over the top because of the memes have made it that way. I feel like as a musical piece by itself, it's very, it's very appropriate and very classic. It's not, I don't think it's that over the top, but it feels like it now because of, you know, Soken and the hunt trains and all that, right? You know? Raven, I'm sure you'd be fine. If Civilizations had like 3 notes before the Lahi instead of just starting with it. Fair. Maybe I'm in the wrong there. It wouldn't be as nearly as a big meme. Yeah, you're probably right. No, I think Civilizations is highly appropriate for Raktika.
Welcome, allies of Ronka. We have accomplished much since last you came. With the Light Warden dead and its minions dispersed, we have at least reclaimed our hunting grounds near Raktika Falls. It was there that we discovered more ruins. Although we ran afoul of no traps while exploring its hollows, we determined that the innermost chambers were warded by magics. We all were in agreement. Before any investigation could proceed, you should be summoned. We are grateful that you did. From what you have told me, I strongly suspect that the wisdom my comrades and I seek can be found within. This wisdom could prove invaluable, for we may soon face a foe whose greatest asset is our ignorance. I see. Then it is good that you have come. For Ronka was once home to the greatest of weapons, knowledge and understanding. And it is our duty to ensure that you and yours do not want for either. That said, we must proceed with caution. To have reached the inner chambers unmolested suggests a more formidable deterrent yet lies within. Come now, surely any threat sleeps within the ruins of Pale in comparison to those we have faced thus far. This is not a game, sister. You should not be so eager to run headlong into danger. Oh, and who was it pining for the return of our allies that we might adventure into the ruins, clutching our staff at night, wishing it were... Ah! You promised not to tell! Then I suggest we be going. Get back here!
Simon, good to see you, glad to have you. Did you know that the cowboy hat was came about thanks to tuberculosis?
Remind me exactly how old are you and your sisters? On second thought, perhaps it's for the better, I do not know. Pray forgive their overzealous nature. None save we 3 have been privileged to escort you and yours into the ruins and bear witness to its secrets. Their hearts now burn with curiosity that is not easily satiated. Please, you needn't apologize. As a seeker of knowledge myself, I understand full well their enthusiasm, and if not for you and your sedulous efforts to protect the ruins, we would not be afforded this opportunity. Speaking of which, I believe that I have kept you away from the ruins long enough. Come, let's make for the Katana Ravel.
Clutching the staff as if it were... I'm going to go with the Warrior of Light. Not least, I mean Arbor. Wait, what? My only beef with Lahi is that it was placed over Arbert's voiceover introducing the Greatwood. I could barely understand her while also trying to enjoy the music. I don't know how you ended up with Lise there, but wild. But yeah, no. So one thing I would recommend is that if you're ever having that happen, big recommend on this, go to your sound settings, balance your volume settings. So for instance, I always have voice at 100 and background music at like 75 because I like prioritize voice acting a lot more. This was like even before streams I did that. If you balance these out, I also like have like system and sound effects down a lot. So like my weapon clangs are much softer. That goes a long way. Yes, so the guy who invented the cowboy hat was from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, I forget, East Coast basically, got tuberculosis, was told that he needed to go out west in order to get, you know, the drier air to try and help him, otherwise he was going to probably die. He got out there, got better, and then realized like, hey, all the hats out here suck. Like, it's just a bunch of like coonskin caps and like just not good cats for rain or anything like that. So he created a wide brim hat that kept rain and that was waterproof, that kept rain and sun out of people's eyes. So, yeah. Thank tuberculosis for the cowboy hat. Totally missed the dialogue during the narration too. I only knew the memes. I don't think I expected to actually hear it in game so prominently at the time. I'll have to find it and watch it. Yeah. I mean, Lise was the narrator in Stormblood, which is the expansion before. Yes, but I mean, but talking about Raktika, because my only beef with Lahi talking about is it was played over Lisa's voiceover introducing the Greatwood. Clearly, I'm just trying to figure out how, like, because if it had been Ardbur and like someone named like Arya or something, 2 A's. It's like, but the fact it was the least. Totally forgot I can balance voice. Oh my god, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, no worries. It really does help a lot. Weapon clangs are so much softer sounds. It sounds so cute. Sorry, one moment. Okay, let's do this. Huh. Interesting, Mango. It's just like, it was fascinating, like, that your brain switched those two of all was surprising. It is most strange for these halls to be left unguarded. Have care when breaking the seal on the chamber door. Danger surely awaits us on the other side. Nice, Raven.
Come.
Do I have no memory of this
Our new
cutscene?
discoveries are to be found this way.
Is the blood coming from above, though, AC? Like, how would that keep... How would the duster hat keep blood away?
The people of Ronka are known to have venerated animals, but these features do not match those of any indigenous species. This is no common beast. Though that much is plain from its proportions.
Lifelike, is it not? One could almost imagine it breathed. Why you... Ugh.
This owl, by contrast, seems no different from the others we've seen.
The sealed door lies ahead.
I feel like we get an answer to more about that creature in the middle, but I forget what the answer is. I don't think it's supposed to be like Hydaelyn representation. I'm trying to remember what it is.
As you see, one statue is missing. I expect we are meant to replace it as before.
Too simple. There will be some additional defense mechanism. Just a moment. There are words carved into the stone. He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber shall instead waken the beast and know his folly. Wait! Don't!
Why would you do that?
What? But I only... What is happening?
Praise be for Soulkin.
Oh no! Oh no! It lives!
Why am I not surprised? Prepare yourselves.
How does everybody feel about game shows? How does everybody feel about deadly game shows? Are we just fighting Luxord from Kingdom Hearts 2? You know what's funny about Japanese game shows? There are not nearly as many...
You trespass mortals upon sacred ground, and retribution for souls have I bound. Yet to heroes, proven, learned, and wise, a comrade's soul shall be the prize. If you would see theirs set free, answer me these riddles 3. Deft of paw with kin do I vie, though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts descry. What am I?
Deft of paw with kin do I vie. Though sought apart, betterment of the whole do our efforts describe. Well, I mean, I would assume curl, right? Like packs of curl?
Ah, 'twas the Opo, keen and true. Its spirit exalts ingenuity, a virtue by which the Ronkins did prosperity pursue. For this mistake a single talisman shall I take.
The way that is worded is damn near inscrutable, at least to me.
With fearsome fang I travel with pack. Together we find harmony, and thus for peace our land does not lack.
Well, that's definitely curl, then. We travel with pack. Wolf, okay. I guess I kind of think of curls like wolves.
Indeed, 'twas the spirit of the wolf their doctrines praised, that they would know peace and harmony to the end of their days. The riddle's answers you did discern, and thus to you a soul is returned.
What happened?
Oh, my belly do I crawl. By my strength does prosperity reign within our hall. What am I?
I assume a serpent. You know how monkeys crawl on their stomachs. Issa, good to see you, glad to have ya!
Indeed, the dreaded serpent turned protector, lured to slumber ere it tear the world asunder. The riddle's answer you did discern, and thus to you a soul returns.
My thanks.
Desire you that which I yet claim, then we shall play another game. A test of mind and memory. Choose wisely and you all may yet go free. Twixt these talismans hide friend and foe. Choose your companions well, or sorrow know.
Okay, red. And red. Hey, that was lucky. Revealed a pair of talismans. Summoned forth a terrible beast. Is there percent some meaning to that arrangement?
Your comrades are assembled together at last. Yet still there remains one trial you must pass. If you would glean the knowledge enshrined in this earth, I would first take the measure of your worth.
Awesome, Misa, that's exciting. Working on like 6.x or
One worthy of she who the Ronkins extolled must be strong of mind and body and soul.
Finally, this is what I was expecting to find here in the ruins. Be careful, sister. Hold nothing back. Failure of this test does not appear to be an option.
Quickly, fan out before it strikes.
Its sights are set on Ursula. Hurry, we must protect her.
Victory oft begets sacrifice, but which of you will pay the price?
Elio, hurry. We might have to save him. Oh no, Simet!
Impressive.
This is going to leave a mark. I will not hold back.
You may have think you have won, but we have only just begun.
Wait! Come, gather around me!
Reinforcements. Leave them to me.
We mustn't waste time with their slime. Focus on the Guardian.
Show them your all. We fought, hero. The trial is complete. The way is open. And thus I concede defeat.
Have a good day, Sarah.
Opposite.
Twould seem the magics have
That would be
returned
funny.
us. How polite. Now, what have we learned?
Ah, we were bound to run into a living statue eventually. And now we can open the door.
Yeah. I feel like Estinian would just break through the wall as his solution.
He who would disturb a hero's deserved slumber. tomb, just as I thought. Befitting a hero.
She is Vis. Could it be the Archmage Tiuna? A legendary hero of Ronka, as you surmised. The tales tell of how she smote entire armies with a single incantation, so potent was her spellcraft. Though she ever fought in the name of peace.
I thought them no more than tales.
Well, I for one always believed.
I wonder. By the light of fallen stars, great power awakens.
Tiuna was not only a master of spellcraft. It is said she could see truths long lost and hear the voices of men's hearts.
A warrior of light?
Naught less than the Echo. In which case, none of this is mere coincidence. A shower of stars setting the sky aflame. And in both this world and the Source, we find individuals within whom a mysterious power awakened at the sight. We can never unpick the why of it. Now, however...
AC, we talked about this though, right?
I believe we might.
Like, just because you have... Or
Does the
rejoining
scene
is not
depicted
just
here
your
not
power.
resemble the one we saw when we first ventured into the Katana Ravel? Moreover, does it not recall that which Emet invited us to witness in Amarot?
It's not mathematical binary. It's just the density of your soul, not the capacity for you to use powers or have power
final days.
in and of itself.
If, as the Exarch's research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond, might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later, given a suitable trigger?
I'm gonna literally repeat this line just because it is very, very, very important to understanding the Echo and understanding things that are going to happen later. But yeah. If, as the Exarch research suggests, soul and mind share a fragile yet profound bond. So soul is your soul, mind is your memory, your self, the constituent comparts of your memory. Might it not be possible for an event to leave such a deep imprint upon the soul that it could be perceived eons later? So imagine a soul having a groove cut into it from a memory that was so deeply twined into self, right? That even if the memory was gone, the negative space it left behind was still visible, given a suitable trigger. Why that's important is because, for instance, the ability to use the Echo is not a byproduct of the level at which your soul's been rejoined or the level to which you're powerful. The Echo is merely an awakening to a capacity that was already present, regardless of how rejoined you are. So, like, a soul is not strength alone by itself. It's dense. There is a corollary somewhat, but it's not just a one-to-one, you know? But is that a theory capacity then? Like, no one can come close to the ancients' their capacity. Is that a different than power? But is that a byproduct of also Atheros being when it was unsundered, right, AC? So, like, maybe. But also, is there some of that that's also... their soul density clearly matters, right? It may be power, like, upper limit. It may be that. But I think it's less... You know, the fact that we can hold our own with ancients, right, shows that it's not a one-to-one, too. So we were lied to by Delight. Groove is, in fact, in the soul.
The Echo defies explanation by conventional etherological theory, or shall we say modern etherological theory. But if it is a power that once belonged to the ancients, to souls yet undivided... It would seem I have entered the realm of pure speculation, and I call myself a scholar. I shall refrain from making any further wild claims until such time as I have evidence. Still, I cannot choose but be reminded of our experience in Amarant.
Yeah, Tam, it is. Yeah. So the thing is that, like, your soul clearly seems to have a corollary with, like it increases in etheric density. But, right, if the Red Mage quests are to be believed, and if Endwalker is to be believed as well, Tam. But, so, like, the density of soul matters to some extent, and it may be, like, the upper echelons, but your physical body also plays into the amount of aether you can handle and control, not just your soul, right? Like, there's a bunch, like, there's a lot of things going on. There's multiple aspects to it. So it's just important that, like, just because you are the people of the source are 8, you know, what would be 8 14ths at this point, doesn't mean that the people of the source are all just flat out more powerful at their upper echelon than compared to people of the first. You know, assume that's different than what Moonbrita did or Ysael. Moonbrita converted her soul and her body and all of herself into aether. And Ysael basically used up her own energy. I think what happened with Ysael is more that she was, her body became aether because she, like, basically used up everything she had in her self and body, and it broke apart, basically. But her soul still returns to the ethereal sea, so she didn't burn up her soul. Moonbrita also didn't burn up her soul. She probably converted her body into aether and gave up that because her soul also returned to the ethereal sea. So as much as Yushola when she went blind and using aether to see, yeah. She's definitely, Yushola is using the aether of herself and soul and body potentially to definitely as part of that. Just think about the Thaumaturgy quest. They made a big deal out of you having a lot of aether, right, lady? So it's but remember, we could have a lot of aether. At that point, we would have just as many. Like, we would be 8 14ths of a soul, and so would every other one of those Lalafell or any other people we'd be dealing with on the source, right? So in theory, we should all be equal if it's just about the amount of your soul's been rejoined. But the reason that we had a lot of aether is because our capacity and control and strength and all these other things that we've built up. Like, your body matters towards your ethereal capacity, the way you use it, right? Like, for instance, black magic and white magic can draw on ambient sources of aether, so they can draw on a large amount to use it, and then use, like, their skills to manipulate that. But, like, red mage doesn't use a lot. It only uses the soul of, like, your body, this ambient, or not ambient, but the non-ambient soul of your body, not your soul, but your own body, in order to channel that into into the foci in order to, like, use it very pinpoint accurately, right? Then you must recall Emmett Selk's dying request.
Remember
No.
us.
History is learned, not lived. We have always protected the tales of Ronka, just as we have protected this place. But we are mindful of what our mothers taught us. We see the
That's a great way to
past
put it,
through
Isa.
our own eyes, and speak of it with our own words. Thus do we come to understand it in our own way. But this is not the same as remembering.
Your mothers were wise. Though we witnessed the final days, our impressions cannot fail to be colored by our own experiences and expectations. Those who lived through it would have perceived the event quite differently. We must bear in mind that it is no simple matter to keep the truth alive, or it will die with Emmett Selk and his kin. But we have disturbed you not long enough. Fanau will serve similarly well as a venue for our contemplations.
Having a more dense soul is more about, like, making that container that you're pushing all the aether into stronger, which means it can probably hold more pressure, if that makes sense. So my head cannot clip Warrior of Light. They were banned from using Thaumaturgy because they blew out the wall of the ossuary the first time they tried casting a fire spell. Yeah, AC, that's an interesting question. you probably could make it a way to like have it as an ethereal conduit. There's probably a way to make that work within aetherology, but you're probably going to still tax yourself and your body to make it function and create a connection between you and those materials, right? Like, you can't just store aether in them, in and of themselves. Lets me get away with never having to use Black Mage. I know size doesn't indicate aether capacity looking at Lalfell. They're naturally adept in powerful magic, so physical traits isn't a factor. So physical traits are a factor, at least in lore, but the reason that Lalfell are, like, Lalfell versus Rogadin is that, like, from a lore standpoint, Lalfell's kind of, like, end up beating out Rogadin because Rogadins don't tend to focus as much towards using magical capacities, and Lalfell to me really good at using magic, and, like, there's trade-offs. Right? Like, Lalfell used their speed in physical combat instead of Rogadin's strength. At least that's a canonical answer that E1 talks about it somewhat. I feel the same way about you. Then getting this job to cap and forgetting about it. Yeah. I mean, that's the nice thing, right? Is you can level every job if you cared to, but you only have to play the ones you want. They're naturally etherically denser than other races. Is there... I don't know that there's anything stated about that, but... I would say that it's more about, like, here. There's, like, it should be under the Lalfell section, the Rogadin section, or one of those two talks about it, and then also the etheric section in the front of Encyclopedia Eorzean Volume 1. By your pensive expression, I take it the tomb has given you much to think about. That is well. In time, the knowledge you have gleaned will lead to understanding, and thus arm you for what is to come. Before you leave, however, I would speak again of the teachings of our forebearers, of histories learned, not lived. The legend of Tiana and her exploits have been told countless times over the centuries. Yet as it is handed from one generation to the next, the story changes. With each telling of the tale, there are now new flourishes, details changed or lost. We can never truly know how she lived, for we were not there to see it. But we are here now to bear witness to your life. We have seen the change you have wrought, and the echoes that will endure long after you are gone. And though it too will change in time, I swear to you, we shall do our best to preserve your story. Mbasa. Have a good night, Issa! Hope work goes well. Thursday and Friday nights hanging with you? Oh, that's awesome. Looking forward to it, man. I hope you'll forgive me. I don't make an oath of my own, but I think it goes without saying we could never misspeak of your heroism. Perish the thought. So long are we here, as we are here, there are none among the V's who will not know of all you have done for Nordrand. We are not deserving of such reverence, but we are grateful all the same. You can be certain we will have our own tales to tell of the great guardians of Raktika and the ruins of Ronka. I pray you safe travels then. As ever, we shall await your return with the open arms. Although we learned naught of the Ascians, an insight we gained into the Echo made our trip worthwhile. Before we return to the Crystarium, however, there is a small matter I would attend to in Slitherbow. Might I trouble you to come with me? Thank you. After we arrive, we should have a brief word with Runar. Okay, question. I'm not saying, like, it's very, like, I'm not saying it's, like, a hyper explicit or anything, but, like, clearly Y'shtola cares a lot for Runar, right? Like, I recently had in comments or somewhere, I think someone pushed back on me being, like, part of why Y'shtola would want to return to the First was for Runar. And I'm like, I feel like the text supports that pretty strongly, both, not just from 5.0, but, like, in 5.2 and 5.3. Because their argument was it was very one-sided, and I just want to know if, like, is that just me? Am I just seeing that? Like, not just like, oh, could you ship them, but, like, the text kind of, like, clearly hits at that, right? Are Alala said to be extremely strong for their sides? Comparatively, there are examples for that, but, like, I think a good example would be, like, you don't see Alala dual-wield Tisona, right? Like, Pippin uses Tisona as a greatsword, effectively. So, like, relatively speaking, for their diminutive size, they're pretty strong, yeah, but, like, Alalfell isn't equally as strong as Rogadin, right? I'm not sure it's out there somewhere. I mean, there's Popototinks after all, glances at Alkazilka. Yeah, and I mean, like, the thing is, you could also easily justify that, too, about using smart tactics and, like, agility over, you know, sheer brawn. A lot stronger than they should be. I thought I read somewhere that they're a lot stronger than they should be. Yeah, Tikel, if you find that, feel free to let me know. I don't know offhand of anywhere that directly states that. But I would love to add that to the knowledge base if you know where it is, especially if it's like an E1 or something. Canes, good to see you. Glad to have you. I'm a bit curious now how the Far Eastern Rogadan naming convention works, or is it the same as everyone else in the Far East? So as far as we know, Far Eastern Rogadan have the same naming convention as Doma and Hingashi. I know it's only some difference from the naming convention of these and Viera. Yeah, in terms of the Far East, those Rogadans have adopted the practices of like the Hingan and Doman traditions. Shola and Runar are totally a thing. Definitely ship them. They have to be. They're definitely a thing. Definitely brother and sister vibes for me. Interesting. Very much not brother and sister vibes for me, but this is exactly why I ask. Runar is also very cute. He adores her. Yeah, no question, explicitly Runar adores her. Yeah, I walked away from Shadowbird thinking she 100% zoned in him. Interesting. Because that was very not my impression from the 5.3 cutscene. But we'll see when we get there. No, I think she cares for Runar, a friend, but she doesn't love him. But can you... Sorry, part of what I'm asking is also, do you guys have, like, rather than just a vibe check, like, do you have a specific line or something that gives you that vibe?
Runar appears to be characteristically in high spirits. Elio, 'tis good to see you. You've arrived at the most opportune time. I was preparing a pot of my famous stew. Come, I will ready a place for you. I'm sorry, Runar, but we haven't the... Please, I insist. I will only take a minute.
There are at least one or two lines that hint she has feelings for him. I think it's later on the MSQ from this point. Yeah, it's those lines. Since I got Cells was, but yeah, I would agree she cares about him. Okay. Sees Lalfell, Dark Knight defects, Ame no Murakumo from Susana. I think she has a hard time expressing her emotions, so when it's confronted those feelings, yeah, she's very reserved in her feelings, very much so. Confronted those feelings, she doesn't know what to say. Yeah, nothing to point out, but she just seems not interested in me. Okay, yeah, but I could just be cursing. No, I mean, I like you could be right, and I'd love to look at it more specifically. It's just like it's hard because it's like. I asked this question apropos of no one, and like it's not like people were prepped to have the example of defending why they felt what they felt. But I was just like, I thought it was more widely felt, not just that people were shipped, but that the text supported it. But I think 5.3 will tell us a lot because I think right now she's still very closed off, right?
My apologies, Elio. It seems our return to the Crystarium will be delayed, but perhaps only for a bit. If you assist me with my work. I say work, but it's rather more a chore. I must clean my chambers here in Slitherbow from top to bottom. If you'd be so kind as to fetch a broom from Asker, we might finish before Runar is done cooking.
The specific line that gives me vibes later on. Okay, cool. Because I do think that, like, to me, if it's true that you assume that she does have a connection to him, even let's say it's a brother-sister connection, her desire to return to him strongly supports her desire to return to the First. And also part of why she seems obsessed with cross-shard travel, right?
My broom for Master Matoya. I cannot imagine why she would have need of such things, but here you are. 'Tis old but sturdy and sure to suffice.
I think that anything, if not romantically interested, she definitely has a soft spot for him, given how her voice often, when she examples Runar picks her up. Yeah. Her wanting to go back to the First to see him in 5. Whatever has sold me. I shipped them for fun, but that line came up and I was like, oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, there's multiple lines of her, like, expressing a desire to return to the First, which is, like, the only thing she has there in specific to return to is him. Not that she couldn't just want to go back for other reasons. Yeah, that too. He always gets picking up her up at all. Yeah. Oh, 6.8. Yeah, she definitely has in 6.x, but in 5.x, she also talks about similar ideas at multiple points. Also, I'm American, so I tend to lack explicit statement or short of the obvious flirting has no interest. No, I mean, that's tickle. I relate to that typically. It's interesting is, you know, especially because she's, you know, Japanese written, like, coyness and much more reservedness on top of an already emotionally reserved character. It's, like, more the norm, so, yeah. You think also because she's secretly a romantic? Also in the MSQ, she dropped physical hints of attraction, like winking, and I doubt she did it as a magic spell technique. Given how Y'shtola shoots down Magni, you would know straight away if she did or didn't care. Yeah. Japanese may write a bit different. They tend to. They do. Very much so. Like, dude, I don't know, like, initiating relationships and, like, that sort of things in Japanese culture versus American culture is so wildly different. I don't think Y'shtola is a secret romantic at all.
I trust Aesir was able to find a broom for us. This well-worn broom has seen many spring and summers in Slitherbow, swishing and sweeping and sweeping and swishing.
Can you still potentially learn potent Runkin magic if she found a way to come and go? I can't think why not. I can't think that she might not in some way have learned some even already. And Sylvie should try not to get attached because she knows she'll have to leave, but she does get attached, but definitely has a soft spot for Runar. Yeah, well, but you could also say that part of the reason she holds him at a distance also because she has to leave someday. But if she could come back, then she would be able to not have that, you know? I came up with the "do you like me" check on a piece of paper, so that's how I look at stuff. No, that's a fair point. Look, I prefer the explicit, so I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Totally with you. But, yeah.
Well worn. Good. This will prove difficult otherwise. Though I must say, I think I did rather well for not having a broom thus far.
I mean, that's fair, Canes. I mean, there's textual support for that point.
Yes, well, you weren't buried beneath a veritable avalanche of books when you entered, were you? Right. Anyway, it's time I finished cleaning with the help of that broom.
I mean, by her own, explicit statement, her desire to learn is definitely a part of it. You can't, like, take away from it. Wait, is this really not voiced? It's shot like it's voiced.
You didn't honestly think I'd do it the old-fashioned way. The broom is more capable of sweeping by itself. Or rather, it will be. Time to rise, to swish and sweep. A tidy chamber you must keep. 'Tis this task you shall be bound, until no dust is to be found.
I live! Swish, 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 sweep.
In this one particular respect, I have no objections in following Master Matoya's footsteps.
Am I crazy? She was 23 but in 1.0, though, wasn't she? If Ray Ray was here, Ray Ray would know.
In future, I may need you to remind me the pursuit of knowledge does not preclude other equally important duties, such as maintaining clean quarters for said pursuit. I will dearly miss this place, these people.
Buddy. Master Matoya, pardon the interruption, but the stew is ready. See, I'd love to have a room like that, but if it just sits in the same place and sweeps back and forth, it's not very useful now, is it? That's fair, Infinite. Imagine one of the brooms going crazy and just trying to clean the whole world. Truly a Ninth Umber calamity. The calamity of dust.
Is something troubling you? You've been rather quiet. No, everything is fine, I assure you. It has been a long day, is all.
Runar, thank you for speaking for me.
I see.
Y'shtola, thank goodness you're still here. Yeah. Definitely, Tickle.
Elfino, I thought you were following Arbert.
I was, though I'm sad to say I've lost track of him shortly after entering these woods.
He seemed determined to traverse every ilm of Norvrant in his quest to spread the truth of the Warriors of Light and the Flood. And it seems news of your address at the Crystarium precedes him at every destination, making his task all the more simple. It remains to be seen to what end he encourages the people to become Warriors of Light themselves. But there's no denying that his words have struck a chord with many. Well, we're all agreed that this is just another Ascian ploy, yes? They've commandeered corpses before, and to no good end. I see no reason that they think this time is any different, especially when it's that of a fallen warrior of light. I doubt we'll learn more if we remain a step behind. His next destination is in all likelihood Slitherbow. Alice, are you certain you should be here? If you're concerned about Halric and the others, you needn't be. The treatment is going well, but progress is slow and exhausting. For all of us, the best thing I can do now is let them rest. So, I believe we're about to discuss how to arrange a meeting with our would-be Warrior of Light. Before visiting any towns or villages, Ardbert would hunt down and slay a nearby Sin-Eater and earn the locals' trust. Our best chance of getting ahead of him is to find one before he does. Thankfully, Thancred and Reen are returned from the Empty and have taken up the search. Reen believeth one may lurketh beneath the boughs of Woven Oath. Then that is where we will start our search. Master Matoya. A warm bowl of stew will be awaiting your return. I look forward to it.
I know it's not explicit, but... Paladin. Yeah, I'd agree. I think Paladin. Paladin or Black Mage for Mickey. That's where I would go. Broom trying to dust off the empty of light and sand. I know, but I was talking IRL, so I don't have to sweep. You'd think Society of Advance would have had beta tests. Show up in other FFs. Yeah, they've show up as early as FF1 with Matoya. Bad pro game, like that's how you get Skynet, or in this case, BirdNet. Do they always think of Fantasia? I mean, they probably, yeah, Fantasia reference in older games too. Yeah, well, it's definitely one of those classic Disney things that shows up in a lot of things that Square does. Have a good one, Deathberry. I can leave work and go home to work on cosplay some more. Hope everyone gets have a great day. Thank you for streaming again, Elio. Make sure to take it easy on yourself. Thanks, Deathberry. Ishtil is never that nice to anyone else. Don't know how you can read that otherwise. It's mounting evidence for sure. I look forward to meals with my friends too. Still love that the one streamer I watched all the VODs of gave Runar an uwu Catboy voice and later regretted it from having to keep it up. See, that's the benefit of playing these in advance. Is like I know, okay, I don't want to give Gaius an uwu voice because it ain't gonna just end at ARR. Elio, inviting somebody to eat your stew is like proposing. If you just stole them. Mickey being a paladin that can cast Ultima without the hardest speak. Wait, is Mickey taller or about the similar size to Lalafell? Similar size. Sora's like 4 foot. Yeah. Well, it depends on if you count the ears or not. But yeah, similar size. Oh. Well, that's pretty. I don't know how I never noticed that before. Haha! The darkness! I'm trying to think of an Ascian I could do that for. Like, what Ascians do we have left to, like, that are gonna pop up? I guess I could technically have done Metron with it. Haha! Gaia! Coming for you! We are as one! Haha! No, I've got a good voice planned for Fan Daniel.
If you were hoping to vent your frustrations on our Issa friend here, I can only apologize.
Few as they are now, it took us no time at all to track it down.
That suits our purpose perfectly. Now we need only wait for Ardbert to arrive.
Weren't you two meant to be attending to the empty?
We were indeed, and we've made a certain amount of progress. So we thought we might see how the rest of the world was getting on. From what we can gather, the answer is strangely.
Right now, we think we can do more good here.
It is heartening to have all present.
Indeed. We will be glad of the additional hands should matters escalate.
Our quarry has come.
Chuck Cunningham. Yeah, basically typical. Yeah.
Huh.
I mean,
it seems I've lost this particular race. Although I suppose it's only fair. When we first met, it was I who outpaced you. Ravana, was it? But where are my manners? I wouldn't be here were it not for you, and I have yet to say a word of thanks.
I love this. I wonder what Seto would say if he was here.
Poor fellow. He will be sorely missed.
And I thought you were supposed to be good at this.
Very well. Let us forego this pretense. After all, it was never you that I needed to deceive. Yes, it is I, Elizabeth. Through your time in Emetselk's imitation of our home, I dare say you have gained a better understanding of my role since last we met. Not that it matters.
We understand your role, emissary, but not your goal. What is it that you seek to achieve?
I seek to enact the will of the Convocation, of course. If it helps you to think of me as but another Ascian, no different in nature or purpose from the rest, you are welcome to do so.
Once, I would have said your goal was destruction alone. Now I understand that you fight for something you love, just as we do. Yet though we seem doomed to clash, I bid you consider Emetselk's final words. Remember that we once lived, he said. Had he not seen some glimmer of hope in our kind, I do not believe he would have spoken thus.
None better understood your plight than he. His words must surely be worthy of your consideration.
Emetselk. How very unlike you to err so gravely. That one should stray at the end of so onerous a path is understandable, but I had thought you above such weakness. Mayhap you thought the same. Would that I had been present to offer correction. But I shall do so now, as is my duty, and return all to its proper course. As for you, look at yourselves. Look at your history. Look back 100 short years to how your greatest warriors were undone. And now, at but a word from me, you raise your hands in answer like the puppets you are. Naught has changed. You fail, and you fail, and you learn nothing. Allow that which is most important to slip through your fumbling fingers like so many grains of sand, again and again and again, and you would remember us. You do forget yourselves. There is no
God, that's some biting
grounds
irony.
to be found between you and I. nor do I require any. I have my duty.
It's so...
Wait.
That hits so much harder a second time through. When it's everything in the world we have in common, and including exactly that.
Well, we have confirmed the identity of our foe at least. And 'tis safe to say his objective is the rejoining.
But we still have no idea how playing the part of a warrior of light will further his cause, nor why he would spur others to do the same.
Another visit to the Tempest may shed some light upon these mysteries. Whether we are to exchange words or blows with Elidibus at our next meeting, the fact remains, we know too little. Ere our paths cross again, I would learn more of the world that once was, and of Elidibus himself. In this, we would be best served going directly to his home, much as Emmett Selk came to ours.
Though I see the wisdom in thy suggestion, the Amarot we visited is but a phantom born of Emmett Selk's memory. I fear it will teach us little that we do not already know.
I quite agree. Yet the ruins of the actual city remain unexplored. Given the vastness of the Tempest, I should not be surprised were there more such structures like to those in which the Ondo reside.
Hey, look, AC, who is it? Someone of you guys was just talking about doing chores. As long as you don't make me do any more chores. There you go. They have options for you to talk if you ever feel like they're doing that. If there's anything to be learned, I want to know.
A man after my own heart.
Assuming we are all in agreement, then I suggest we first pay a visit to the Ondo. If anyone can...
Apparently this is the flirty... You stole a patch.
It is them.
Those lines are like those who don't know versus those who know, yeah. Oh, there's like 5 asses currently missing out. Here, let me think about them. We have so far seen Nabrialis, Fan Daniel, Elidibus, Azem, Emmett Selk, Pastorot, Mitron, Logriff, Igiorm. So of the 14, that is 9 accounted for. So yeah, 5. So there's Dudelaphon, Altima, Hamarot. I always forget the last 2. Here, I've got my files. Give me a second. I keep trying to remember to, like, we're always practice those last 2. Photos, ancient photos. It is Ultima, Dudelaphon, and Emmeroloth are the 2 that we had. The other 2 that I didn't mention. I want to see Scantily Clad Archivists. Well, we don't have those yet, but sign in for our Patreon anyways at www.patreon.com. Eorzean Archives. Get your name banner and the name above my head, as well as special rewards over on the Discord. But yeah, I don't think it's likely we'd ever see the Ascian symbol as an emo. I mean, like, from a lore standpoint, it'd be weird, but there's plenty of other lore ones that are weird, like Zentetskin or Mega Flare or any of those, so that's not really a good reason. I feel weird about it, but, like, I don't know. I really wouldn't say never. I wouldn't say definitely not 100% no, but I think it unlikely. But it definitely could be, but I think it unlikely. Yeah, I think that was Emerald, but the voice shows up in the 2.3 scene after the dispersal of Val. Wait, where did we see Pastorot? End of 2.0. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking Emerald. I forget. I thought it was Pastorot in Eureka. Am I wrong? Is that... Which one is it in Eureka? Opinion options to troll you stole by threatening her to, like, your mama's gold mine of comedy in this expansion. Yeah. Halmarat. Yeah, the Pastorot thing bothers me way more than it should. I need to know where he is. Yeah. They're hanging around somewhere. I think there's interesting stories to be told yet with the remaining lingering behind Ascians. And it's Emeraloth that's in Val? Okay. So then it's Pastorat. It should be Pastorat, Halmarat, Dudelaphon, and Ultima that are the ones that are unaccounted for. Also, friendly reminder, if you look closely at the scene where you see 14 Ascians lined up in a circle with Elidibus in the center, you're like, wait, that's an error. There should only be 14 of them. Or actually only 13 of them. 2 of the Ascians in that circle actually have black masks, so they actually got it right.
Alfino has the right of it. Let us pay a visit to the Ondo. We should speak with Tol Saath first. As chieftain, he is doubtless privy to the great many secrets.
The Emerald showed up at the Ascian meeting that takes place after Val, so they need to explain that. No, because he doesn't... Val disappears and gets teleported. No, wait, let me think about that. Well, I guess it depends, right? I would need to reread those notes in Val, because you're right, that potentially makes sense, but I feel like you could argue... No, because it's the teleportation itself that gets him lost in the live stream, so that would make sense. Yeah, nope, you're right. For a second, I thought it would be him trying to break in within the live stream, because they have notes of, like, that still happening, but right, it's the actual teleportation that actually is the problem. So yeah, I got nothing. Here's my pitch. Hear me out. Emeraloth is that Emeraloth is destroyed, and they rose another to the seat of the convocation using the Emeraloth stone. Right? So let's say that was the Emeraloth of the source, this reflection. That soul was destroyed, but he's not an unsundered. So they could have taken the Emeraloth from the 11th or something, right? Or the 9th, one of the other remaining reflections. The Emeraloth from the first, rose them up with the Convocation Stone in the intervening amount of time, and boom, Bob's your uncle. The same way at some point they would have had to risen up a new Fendaniel. To get the current one. You know? Like, in theory, they could have taken Nabrialis from a different reflection and rose him up as long as they had the Convocation Stones, which is why us having the Convocation Stones is an important thing, because it means no Ascian can be raised. I agree it's another shard of him, but they need to come out and say so. I'm a big fan of exposition. I need stuff explained. Oh, see, I'm the opposite. I really like it when it's like, oh, okay, there's a pretty easy solve if you pay attention to the information and not just giving everything hyper explicitly, because then it's fixed and it's also boring to just be given outright a ton of exposition, but like, I appreciate that's taste. You know, I just feel like it's also, like, not that big of a... Most people don't even fucking know, like, haven't even done Eureka, let alone know that, right? So it's like, okay, if they ever have him show back up again, yeah, okay, then explain it, right? I'm a tell don't show guy. No, I didn't say that backwards. No, I follow I follow. We don't have those stones yet, as of 5.2. That is correct. There you are. Did you find... Oh, oops, this is a quest. I'm healing a tree so that I can get flight. I am not, like... It's like sometimes, like, for instance, when we're getting exposition in 6.1 about... if you need to tell something, I think there's ways you can tell it and do it really well, right? I think, though, that's just, like, an ancillary piece of detail that the place you would want to tell that is tell it in, like... in EE3 or something. Like, it's not relevant to the MSQ, right? Until it's relevant, there's no reason to tell it. So, like, if he came up in the MSQ, or if they plan to have him come up in the MSQ, or in a side quest, like if there's a new trial series and they were gonna have, like, the remnants of the Ascians show back up, or something, like, yeah, explain it then. Or, like, try to allude to it a little bit beforehand. But other than that, like... just being like, someone turning to us and being like, oh yes, and the reason that Pastorat and Eureka, blah, 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 you know, like it's, you know. Through joining Ultimate, yeah. All this talk of Ascians really makes me want an Ultimate with all of them to fight. Go fight Hades EX. I mean, not all of them showed up, but Hades EX, you'll get some of that. I haven't completed Eureka, so I didn't know the Ascians were involved, yeah. Oh, okay, I follow Gaines. I have a scent for no finless ones. Perhaps you can instead come seeking something of us. Yeah, sorry about that, Canes. Eureka's also, like, so off to the side, and also the main spoiler thing is a thing that's pretty apparent with what Val is to begin with. Ruined. Sorry. Ruined which you kind have yet to explore, I see. I know of one such place. Alas, under these circumstances, I'm afraid we can spare none to guide you there. And what circumstances are these? Rather than hunt for their own meals, the Benthos have privileged our stores of Mintril liver. They must be replenished with haste. The Benthos, a particularly violent tribe of Ondo, if I recall. A band of bottom feeders. We all lost much in the flood, but while others work to rebuild, they resort to thievery and murder. Revenge, they call it, upon the prey, when they prey upon your kind. But I do not be fooled. They care not who they harm. Would that we had the warriors to challenge them. This is not the first time they have stolen from us, but there is no resource for more precious than liver. All must dedicate themselves to the hunt. Unless, of course, we were to reclaim the livers for you. It seems fitting payment for vital information, does it not? Moreover, one could argue that by employing Bismarck to reach these depths, thereby driving back the waters, we are in part responsible for the deeds of those driven to desperate ends by the changing climes. One good turn and all that. We can't leave them like this. I thought you might say that. You've never been one to miss an opportunity to help. Reclaiming the stores it is, then. We would be grateful beyond words if you did. Then Benthos have surely taken the livers back to the Flounder's floor. But be warned, there will be no shortage of guards waiting to spear intruders. Then we have care not to draw their attention, shall we? There's time and place for telling and time and place for showing. Exposition helps with big picture concepts, but I feel the details need to be shown to an extent. The problem is also, and I'm with Koji on this, you don't want to define anything, you don't want to define everything. You want to let there be room for not only there to be wonder amongst the periphery of what you're considering and thinking about, but also so you can define and develop it later into something when you have an interesting idea, rather than just preliminarily having it explicitly stuck as something. Like, a good example is Ilsabard. Ilsabard and its cloud cover is something I'm a fan of, as much as it can be frustrating sometimes, because it means that whenever they're going to reveal the cloud cover for 7.0, let's say, and like have Ilsabard defined, if they had done that during 2.0, things like Whirlit or Bosnia or like some places like that got created later on. Well, Bosnia is kind of less so because of the Bosnian incident, but like wouldn't be able to be developed. Instead, like Ilsabard would have been like Corvos, Bosnia, and like Garlemald, maybe, for all we know, because like that was the only things that they're defined. By having room, I find it a good thing. So by not defining what happened to the Pastra, or even whether he was raised, you know, it gives room for really interesting ideas to be told. So for instance, if they explained where Mitron and Logriff were already, you couldn't have done them with Eden. And it's a balancing act, right? Especially for an MMO where there's no end, it's important to leave as much open or flexible as possible, yeah. Yeah. Certainly a place to tell, don't show works well, like some Star Wars things, yeah. Tells you a lot about the world by leaving out a bunch of facts. I've had monkfish livers. If you don't like open or leave it up to readers, I'm reading the you thing because I want you to tell me. Yeah, I don't like open or leave it up to readers, I'm reading you thing. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's just a taste difference, right? Like, whereas, like, I like evocation usually more than hyper-specifics, and, like, because hyper-specifics tend to shrink the world down to just binaries, you know? But yeah, I totally get that from a taste standpoint. Sorry. I really don't like liver because most places I find don't cook them properly. I've tried liver pate before and it tasted pretty good, so that's the one way you can eat it. I don't know that I've had a lot of liver in my life. Looks at the Locked Tomb trilogy sitting at the table next to them. Yeah, I very disagree with that. Well, to Tam, you know, like, I think it depends on, like, what you want out of the thing. Because I think some things can be lockboxes with good answers, right? They can be, like, giving everything explicitly by the end. I understand why some people like that. I think more often than not, it's reductive in terms of making something feel large in scale and scope. But that doesn't mean it can't be satisfying, right? To me, the only way liver is good is smothered completely to the point of excess. At that point, I feel like, why not just eat something else? Sorry. I have no idea what that is. I enjoy how some, if not a fair bit of the storytelling in here reflects the Yoshi P's fondness for mystery novels. 100% Meowza. If you guys don't know, Yoshi P has a love of mystery novels, and also the writing team as a whole has a love of, like, creating constructive narratives. So, like, for instance, Shadowbringer sets up a lot of things that are in Endwalker, but, like, some of them are, you can clearly tell, but some of them you can't appreciate until you retroactively experience it a second time. Not that it doesn't completely work as a first playthrough, but is deepened by a second playthrough. Right? Like, to me, I will always prefer something that is really good a first time and deepened a second time. Whereas, like, if it's just everything's explicit from the first time, there's not a real reason to re-engage with it. You know. I just feel no specific is lazy writing or poor writing. See, but I feel like that's just cruel, right? By stating that, you're saying that anything that is evocation, rather than just being hyper-specific, is lazy, instead of that's saying, like, a mystery, right? Is that can be nuanced or complex or, like, loud for, like, is just lazy. And I think there's a really clear delineation between lazy or thoughtless writing, which can happen, and someone being like, oh, it's a mystery, or like, oh, who knows, versus very careful writing that is about being evocative, right? Like, a good example is, like, just maybe, for instance, let's look at something like Tolkien, where by having peripheries, by having things not explained about things like the Hydaelyn, things about the time of the torches, about Ungoliant, or the Door of Night, by having these things not hyperly explicitly explained, they become evocative, and while they still serve their function and they're curious, they're much more interesting and fascinating. Dark Souls is another series, and FromSoft games do this. And I think to treat them as lazy is very mean-spirited towards people who I think, you know, clearly can be shown that it's not, right? They're not being lazy. They're being very specific. But I think it's very skillful arts to make that something interesting and mesmerizing, or to be inspiring, or to make you wonder at the peripheries and the edges of things, you know? And so it's like, again, it's not that it can't be lazy, but to say that all forms of writing of that are, I feel like it's such a presumption of, like, a lack of care or thought. Which I also don't know that, like, 14 does this, and I don't know how you could look at something like Shadowbringers, and honestly this stuff before, but, like, Shadowbringers and Endwalkers, and think that they're lazy. Like, if you want to, it doesn't work for you, fine, but, like, you can't, calling it lazy seems so, you know. On a cursory sniff, you detect the faint aroma of fresh organs, a far cry from the rather memorable scent of Minari liver. That means the ending of Inception is lazy when it's very intentionally meant to be thought-provoking. Yeah, and builds towards being that, right? The entire film builds towards it. Like, it doesn't just like, and who knows? It's about questioning reality, about dream and versus life, about what you would give up, about Hobb and his character, like, all of that, you know? It's about that. And so to leave it there, and with that ambiguity, is more powerful and specific. These boxes are filled with assorted vegetables. Liver is not a vegetable. Tell that to Ray Ray. Ray, thank you. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, and subscribe. I really do like when they go back through ARR, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, Shadowbringers. You learn just as much about each expansion from the following expansion than you do from the expansion itself. Yeah. Who Took My Liver is one of my favorite stories from the Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. My favorite... Oh, frick. I'm forgetting all the stories now. But, like, Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark. I live in the same town I live, like, a couple miles away from the guy who did the art for those. From the squelching noises you make when prodded, the vile stench, you conclude these bags are bursting with livers. Brilliant. And look, Tickle, I will defend your taste, right? Preferring that as a taste, I will defend. However, I will stand in defense of, like, right, like, if you think that it's someone's being lazy rather than it doesn't work for you, I feel like those are two very different things. Because saying it's lazy is an accusation of a lack of care on the part of the writer, rather than it just doesn't work for you, you know? And that's where I get, like, defensive, I guess, for lack of a better way, in terms of, like, for someone like Ishikawa. Because, like, to call them lazy is just, like, you know? Just seems so harsh. Are those them? Sorry.
Perhaps you've deduced this already, but it seems that the Benthos have been raiding Calusia's storehouse, as well as those of the Ondo. Oranges, pumpkins, wheat. Welcome home, Sarah! But we can discuss this after we see the liver safely back to Tolsh's Oth. It wouldn't do to keep them in suspense. Same AC, it was very popular. Oh man, now I'm trying to remember what my favorite scary story to tell in the dark is. Scary stories to tell in the dark book. Because I know I have a favorite. I'm just forgetting it all of a sudden. God, speaking of evocative, the art in those books is so evocative. I was gonna teleport. That's fine. Cool. Now we can teleport. The big toe, the walk. What do you come for? Mitai Toadi Walker. A man who lives in Leeds. Old man, old woman, all skin and bone. The thing cold as clay. White wolf, the haunted house. The guests. Her song, the grocery on the grave. A new horse. Alligators. Room for one more. The Wendigo. Dead men, brains. May I carry your basket? Oh, I'm trying to remember which one of these is my favorite. But I love them all. I'll probably just look at the art and remember which one's my favorite. Do super chat. Well, God, so real shit. It's still a voice because the next step will happen. Speaking of which, who wants to see the boy? The second book of the Locked Tomb trilogy is written almost entirely in second person, and I absolutely love it. This is where my Tally Post story is stuck with me. Yeah. I am relieved to see you on spears. I see people want to see the boy. Same, Yowza. I remember I was about 6 years old. It would have been like 2000, early 2000, 2001-ish. And those things were huge and stayed big for a long time. Our precious livers. I knew you would not fail. We also found of manners of foodstuffs from Calusia in the flounder's floor. Tell me, Tolsh'ath, does that seem odd to you? It is brazen, to be sure. I am reminded of rumors I heard recently concerning a rash of thefts from Calusian warehouse. The perpetrators enter the dead of night and are gone before anyone has realized what has happened. The Umorn army has been investigating, but thus far to no avail. Perhaps the reason they have struggled so is that their quarry is of the sea. The true question, then, is what we mean to do about it. Much as I would like to proceed to the ruins without further delay, we cannot allow the Benthos to carry on as they are. If I may, I believe that the ruins are in fact a key to the Benthos' plan. Is that so? These ruins, which lie deep within the illuminated land, are a recent discovery. We have seen signs that the Benthos are preparing to claim them with all haste. We could not fathom why, but in light of this knowledge that they have been stockpiling resources, it is clear that their queen will soon give birth. They require space to raise their young and food for both queen and hatchlings to thrive. Well, we can hardly fault them for that. Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but conditions in the Tempest are far from suitable for spawning. It is resources barely able to sustain our current population. There is only one reason they would disregard this. They seek to build an army, and with it take revenge upon the Finless. It is no surprise that they come to us long ago, seeking allies for the cause. We rebuff them, of course. The suffering of others will not serve as balm to their own. Their queen, however, desires only bloodshed, and will gladly send her children to die in our stead. If they are planning to wage war, that changes matters considerably. Indeed. I doubt this can be resolved without violence, but perhaps with a show of force we can convince them to see reason before the die is cast. I would rather not risk your people in the attempt. If we travel to the illuminated land, is there a way we might identify the ruins ourselves? Yes, once you reach the depths, go deeper still. You will see a monstrous structure there upon the sea floor. Then you will have come to us now, is the will of the Ancient Ones. They have guided you here that you may drive out the usurpers, that we who seek to destroy their magnificent creations with vile purpose. I have no doubt that they will show you the way forward. I am afraid that the dead do not speak quite so clearly. Nevertheless, we shall try not to disappoint. If what we seeketh lie deeper still beyond Amarot, I would call upon the assistance of another.
A reminder, if you would like to join us for the dungeon, meet at the Crystarium tree coming up soon. V, are you around? Are you planning to lead that effort, or
Though our course hath been decided, to pursue it we must needs beseech the aid of a friend. I bespeak of Bismarck. Pray, follow me to the Sullen, that we might speak in audience with him once more.
I assume that people would love Savish because it's made of seafood and citrus, which they both like to eat. That makes sense. I think Cannibal could prepare a decent meal of liver. He may be a cannibal cook, but he's a good cannibal cook. It's true. Okay, I will go get the boy real quick. You already know what's going on, huh? Don't you? Okay, come on. What did you do? Good boy. Can you wave at everyone? Hi. I know you're still looking at the treats. You went down now? Yeah. There you go, bud. Kiss it. High five. Thank you. Yeah. I'll tell you what. Hugging the boy is very good for depression. Oh. Oh. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month to get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists like me, Ray, V, Isidorl, Niniri, Bean, and all the other lovely people that support us. Boy's Knife and Buff. Here comes the boy. Here comes the boy. Speaking of, if you haven't watched it yet, we put out a April Fool's video that is Livin' La Vida Gabi, and I highly recommend you watch it because, well, frankly, because I put a lot of effort into it, but also because it's funny. So says I. Yes, I know I made it, but I think it's funny. I would love to join the dungeon, but I must work on comms, so I'll enjoy the jazzy OST instead. This might be a weird question, but can anyone be allergic to Wi-Fi, or is that just nutty talk? So far, the science on it is it's nutty talk. And that most of the people experiencing symptoms, it's much more psychosomatic. Who claim to experience the symptoms. But that's just the current consensus. I would agree with the current consensus, but I don't want to, you know, on the outside opportunity that there's something, you know. Want me to send over all my pets for you to hug? I'm pretty sure your cats might kill me. Yeah, Raven, I might worry about you. I fear that. Yes, I love that. I also posted in all the 14 channels and all my Discords I'm in. Thanks, Tam. I really appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of the stuff we do lives and dies on the amount like that people seem to like, you know, like and share it and stuff. So like, I really appreciate when you guys go the extra mile to share it with other people. Cause, you know, and I don't need everything we do to be successful, but like that was one where I had that idea for a long time. And also I feel like the more successful it is, the more likely it is that Koji sees it. Because I really, my dream for that one is just to make sure that, you know, Koji knows that, like, you know, even a random comment years ago, you know, people still cared. Allergic to cats? Oh, no. No, I'm not allergic to cats. But Raven's cats you know how some cats choose, you know, to be left alone or choose to, you know, hug or cuddle or, you know, they choose life. Raven's cats choose death every time. You can hug my doggos and gecko then. I will gladly do that. Thank you, Raven. I maintain that it was a very good. Thank you, Miyaza. I appreciate it. I forward the Gabi video to a 14 playing friend. Good, good, good. I hope it brightens some people's days. Damn. I don't want to say your cat's evil, Raven, but I think your cat might be evil. The cat wakes up and shows violence. Yeah. They work together. Do they try to kill Rydia too? Oh, damn it. From here we are pressed onward to the Isle of Ken. I myself shall proceed on foot. You've perfected your technique then? Just so, the water will be glass beneath my feet and provide purchase, fragile yet true. Watch closely. Oh, I certainly shall. Forgive me, but would it not be easier to perfect your swimming technique? Aye, 'twould be a pity if you drowned, truly. Oh, hush, I'm sure it's brilliant. Sorry. Here he goes, guys. He's done it. I hope it comes back up. This comes back up. Incredible. He truly is Jesus. L is in Jesus. Eorzean! For the love of... Personally, Jesus. Mine apologies. The technique would require the purest to focus. Mine 'twas lacking. To perfect this magic, I went so far as to deal with the Fwath, and with their aid, mine efforts finally met with success, albeit on a single occasion. I'm not mistaken, right? This has never come back up. I know not why I cannot repeat it. I thought I saw you waver a bit towards the end there. Perhaps you're simply tired? Thancred! It's nothing to worry about. Only a dizzy spell. Though it may not be wise to go for another swim just now. Thankfully, we have an alternative. A wonderful little innovation. I'm certain you'll agree. It's called a boat. Yeah, exactly, AC. Ariana should probably practice on, like, a wading pool or something. Yeah, lady, that's all I can ever think about, too.
I will petition Bismarck's aid on our behalf. Let us pray my diplomacy proveth more effective than mine experimental magics. You speak with the voice of the king, little neighbors. I will not deny you. As before, if you seek what sleeps beneath the sea, I will be your guide. Thy kindness is as boundless as the depths, Serene One. Before we depart, however, I would ask a favor. After our last flight, I found many creatures cling to me. I am itchy. Remove them, and I will take you below. With all haste, it shall be done. So, did he agree? Aye, though I agreed to a favor in kind. Regrettably, 'tis one I possess the power to grant. Bismarck hath asked us to cleanse his underbelly of barnacles. Alas, one must needs dive beneath the surface to do so. Even if I could master the power to walk upon, it would avail me not. Oh, for heaven's sakes, is that all? Elio and I are more than capable of that. Oh. With the coaching's blessing, we'll have all of this done within moments. And better than that, standing here and listening to this nonsense. I'll take the right, you the left. Now go. Probably AC. I would presume, like, for instance, the fact that we can understand what they're saying to each other would imply to me that we would be able to, at the very least. I am in your debt. On the other hand, I assume Thancred is waterproof to all his gear. You would hope so, especially for his sword. We can at least understand them, because otherwise I don't think subtitles would be translated. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Can't jump off that way. I would concur with your summarization. So my final pair of glasses broke a while ago, so I haven't been without glasses for a while. So I ordered 5 pairs of like $5 glasses, because that's usually what I do, because I'm so hard on everything I own. So now I'm just wondering what would happen if it's just like I start compounding them. I can see all the betters. After a good prying from various angles, you dislodge the barnacle. How bad is the glare off the glasses? Am I pulling an anime dude? Not too bad? Okay, interesting. Yeah, I don't wear glasses for stream because usually light bounces off of them. And I also only need them to see far away, so. Man, I just got plus 100 to intelligence. Speaking of way like Dory sounds hilarious, yeah. Now I understand they could understand the Warrior of Light Arena, though. I don't know. I would bet money that, and I might be wrong, so like don't take me, but I would bet money that Bismarck could understand common speech. Then again, if that was true, why didn't Urianger just speak to him that way? Maybe because it was polite, and like that's the best way to get his attention? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe, is there a specific line in 5.0 where Urianger says he only responds to or only knows the language of the Fae? You know what's worse than barnacles? Space barnacles. Yeah. Get your series overheard in Eorzea over on Twitter. Thank you, Ray Ray. Also, like I said, Rydia has barely been to my house. I shall invite her over to test if my cats would try to kill her or not. Shall update after. Def do. Doesn't the linguistic quality of the echo mean that we can be understood by everyone too? That we can speak the language of everyone? It should. Let's
Because effectively you're understanding the meaning of one's soul and understanding the meaning and speaking to their soul and kind. The power to
efforts are most sincerely appreciated. I will inform Bismarck that we may depart without further delay.
I mean, he would learn probably as many as he could. Yeah, Infinite. Yes, Bling, good to see you. Glad to have you. How you doing, man? I was just thinking about you earlier. Yes, but can they see the reason why children love Cinnamon Toast Crunch?
Much, much better. Thank you, little neighbors.
Yep, just give it a second. Just had a minor internet outage. It's just going to take a second. We'll just give it a second for people to get back. We're gonna give it 60 seconds or so just to let people come back in. Sorry, one moment. It's Comcast. It is a provider. You've seen internet outages that live in the UK, MSQ. Oh, it's talking about Oblivion. Okay. I could be better. Also, you were thinking of me? Yes! You and many others, constantly.
I remember long time ago, another did this favor for me. After the flood, when I chose this spot for my slumber, he came and made a home on my back. Ken was his name. When I grew itchy, I stirred, but he was not afraid. No, he asked me what was wrong. I told him of the creatures clinging to my belly, and he dove into the water. He helped me. He was my friend. He told me he wished to live in peace, away from his people and their wars. This I understood. I treasured our time together, brief though it was, brief though it always is, but I remember him and how he laughed when we flew. I remember when he slept. I too slept that day, and many days since. But the light fades and darkness returns. Ken sleeps, but in memory he laughs, and together we fly. And I am here. I am awake. It feels good to speak and to be heard again. Shame others cannot understand me. If thou art willing to learn, I would gladly teach thee the language of man.
See, that answers it, so he definitely doesn't know it.
Thank you, little friend, but it is time I grant you your request. But first I will take flight to cleanse my body and prepare. The dive will be swift, and I would not have you struck by errant debris.
Yeah, sometimes it's just nice to have friends living in your head. So this island was named for a man. How easily the past is forgotten. He passed not even 100 years ago, yet the truth has slipped from history like so many grains of sand. Might I have some explanation of what he just said, or shall we all stand about making vague and mysterious allusions? While he maketh ready to deliver us unto our destination, Bismarck bade us wait for him on the shore of Calusia. That's all. I feel as though there was more to it.
Indeed there was, but it hath no bearing on the task at hand. I should be glad to share the rest with you anon. Fine, later then. If Bismarck requires time to prepare, I might suggest a short respite, for Eorzean and Thancred in particular. I require no such thing. I am the picture of perfect health. Mine was but a momentary lapse in concentration. Worry not on my account. You mustn't push yourself so. Please rest for me. Oh, all right, if you insist. You too, Elio. You've been running yourself ragged. Yes, ma'am. In that case, I leave the old men in your care. The rest of us will meet you at the Split Hull anon. Word of advice, never let it show. When she realizes she struck a nerve, she remembers. By the gods, she remembers. In any case, if we must be made to rest, I know a place in Sullen that's better for it than most. Come with me. Yeah. May as well have a seat. We wouldn't want our elderly knees to give out. To hear her speak, you'd think I had on my deathbed. By the 12, I wish that girl wouldn't worry so much. Thy countenance belies thy word, Master Thancred. I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Let the records show that I am here under protest. Though I can't say I mind the view. And if the abundance of anglers is any indication, even an amateur might land an impressive catch. Shall we try our hands at it? Help! Someone! Quickly! It's Nightshade! We was attacked on the road from the Crystarium. Barely escaped with me life. I suppose we might have predicted this. You mean you'll help for free? Thank you. If I recall correctly, Nightshade is a local band of outlaws. I doubt they'll trouble us overmuch. No more than they already have by interrupting our relaxation, at any rate. Give Uber Danger a kiss to go caper. There's nothing else of some people out their way. Yeah, some people definitely are fond of Eorzean as it was. Thancred needs the dad shirt and sock sandal combo, yeah. Wish I could prove I love you, but does that mean I have to walk on water? Okay, are we now just quoting Hikari? When we're older, you'll understand it's enough when I say so, and maybe some things are quite that simple. When you walk away. These two have matters well in hand, by the looks of it. All good, V. I'll not forget this kindness. May we meet again. Is that you, sir? Don't tell me we just deprived that poor fellow the honor of being rescued by the Warrior of Darkness. We had no idea you were in the area. Fancy meeting us again so soon, eh? Why, I believe I even recognize your companion. Ah, yes, from the infirmary. You had a messenger from the Crystal Exarch. Did you not? It's good to see you back on your feet, and on patrol, no less. Oh, it's nothing as official as all that. Strictly speaking, we're off duty, but as we had a free moment, we thought we'd give a few of the less traveled roads a look. The guard doesn't have enough hands to patrol them regularly, you see. That's admirable. There are few so devoted to their duty in Lakeland or beyond. Well, we've been talking about it for a while, and neither of us is satisfied with just seeing out our service. It feels like we'd be doing more, like we should be doing more. It's about having the will to help your fellow man, and the resolve to see it through. I remember you. You're the excitable one. Sorry, sir. I got a bit overexcited the other day. Couldn't get my words out. The name's Vonard, sir. I'm with the guard, but I don't just want to protect Lakeland. I want to protect the lot, just like the Warriors of Light. Sadly, our duties prevent us from venturing too far from our own little corner of Norvrent. What we'd really like to do is travel, to better ourselves and go where the need is greatest. But everyone has to start somewhere, don't they? For now, if we can stop Nightshade from robbing the old fisherman, then that's what we'll do. Good light. Well, well, future heroes are the first, do you think? They want not for spirit, 'tis but a pity they draw inspiration for so clouded a wellspring. It leaveth us not so to fret in idleness. We must needs press on if we are to bring Elidibus' schemes to light. Does anyone ever specify that there's a particular difference between... I mean, I assume that there might be, like, in terms of their duty or station. I don't get. They stand so far apart, it's a wonder they could hear each other, and even set so far apart from the table that they could not reach each. I wish there was more closeness. I don't feel like they were that far apart around the table. I feel like I'm used to that kind of distance. Maybe I'm just used to bigger tables. Though our respite was cut short, I dare say we are all eager to avail ourselves of such knowledge as the ruins may hold. Aye, and I doubt for the contemplation of Elidibus' machinations will be conductive to our relaxation. We may as well make for the split hull now. Red Oni and Blue Oni, yeah. What's an Oni? I mean, yeah, definitely like the duo idea. So Vonard and Thayer are meant to pump you up. We are here to pump you up! Definitely, that's definitely what they mean. The U.S. Navy has different colors worn to denote their jobs on ships. Yeah, yep, it's something that inspired the colored uniform in Star Trek. Yeah, I know the exact ones for, like, especially for, like, aircraft carriers and stuff. I assume that that's why there's different ones, but I don't know what they would denote for the Crystarium. Maybe when we get EE3, it'll tell us. Skittles, they call them. Yeah. Seriously, though, the Crystarium guards do wear different colored scarves in the uniform. Does it mean something? We don't know. At least I don't know. Not from any of the quest texts I can think of. But there may be a side quest or maybe the mean. If you do stuff at the mean, one of those quests has an answer. Because it's been a long time since I did those. Well, I'm 4 foot 9 inches tall, and that would definitely be far away for me to reach. My best guess is rank. Maybe, but Vonar doesn't seem to be of a particular higher rank. And he was red. And also the red just seemed to be a lot of the infantry during the fight was red. So it doesn't seem like red was like captain like with Lena. All are present. Now we need but await Bismarck's coming. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right, Infinite.
That would be weird for Lena to be a scout, especially patrolling, but maybe. I don't remember that, Tam, but maybe. 'Tis time. Pray, make ready. Okay, doing a ready check. Yeah, but wouldn't Lena be more likely to be the, like, wouldn't she be under that auspice? Wouldn't she be more likely to be, like, the blue? Can, Ryan and Sarah, can I get a ready up? Can I get a confirm? Sweet. Yeah, no, I mean, maybe that they're positioned in Lakeland. Yeah, like those who were oriented around Crystarium versus those who were ordered from the outside, like the other forts. We could definitely look at the forts, try looking at that. I'm pretty sure she's wearing pants. She's got a chainmail skirt, but let's get that jazzy music going. What are you wearing, Tam?
To the depths. These are poor neighbors indeed.
Yeehaw!
The time has come to part with these interlopers. The walls fall. We must hurry. We are fortunate, but what is all of this?
Yeehaw!
Tiresome creatures.
So right now, geographically, we're probably somewhere in the middle of the Indigo Deep. based on where the Tempest should lie. There it lies. I give it you, my breath. Amnesis Annider. Your wish is granted. Go, little wanderers. Thank you for the Peloton. Whoops. I swear to God, if I get the triple triad card from this, I'm gonna be so mad. I've been trying to get it on my main for years. Plain weirdness. Why? Yeah, exactly, Bling. Just watch it happen. Have you cursed me? Let's try to up damage a little bit. Let me die, let me die, let me die. Please let me die. Don't kill me, don't please. Thank you, there we go. The prayer of all Dark Knights. The existential dread of the thing. Just honestly, but only really for Dark Knighting where you want to, like, die. Like, Paladin, you don't have to worry about it. Warrior, you don't have to worry about. Gunbreaker, I mean, like, yeah, you need to worry about the healing for Warrior and Gunbreaker, but you don't have to worry about the actual proc.
Visions of elves attuned to us now.
Oh, that's bullshit. First blades, then hammers. Wait for the blades to go off, then step in. Gotcha. Look at all those concepts. The Archive Eternal. Remember to focus the concepts first as they start spawning. Nice. At least got one. And then hold your burst for the next concept. Booyah. Hey, Proto-Behemoth. I remember spending a lot of time in this chamber for one of the short stories I worked on. Could you do Christian Bale Batman voice for like, "You're garbage, Rachel"? Is this boss a Tactics reference? I assume so, like Tactics Ogre or something. Depends, Raven. Paladin and Dark Knight are, I mean, on one hand, they're really similar because tanks, I mean, they're not really, they're fundamentally the same in terms of being tanks, but like how they play is very different. One is a very consistent rotation. Dark Knight is the kind of like playing jazz. This song has depleted my strength. Umino, good to see you, glad to have you. Ow. Counting down. Your kind has never given of its treasure willingly. Your lives will be no different. You know nothing of the depths. Nothing. Make sure to stand on one of the patches. Ryan, make sure you stand on one of the patches, the vents that's got the thing glowing up. Where our limit break go? Oh, we lost Sarah. Okay. I wish I had been at the start of the fight, because then at least we would have kept the limit break. Good job, guys. You need to be a bee who likes jazz to play Dark Knight. Kind of. Kemar, good to glad to have you. Gunbreaker is definitely fun, a little bit more strict and it's a little more specific in its rotation. Gunbreaker, here's the problem. Gunbreaker's fun, but the thing is, if you want to play Gunbreaker can be more stressful because your mitigations can be more out of whack, and you have to be more specific about it. And the thing is, to have fun with Gunbreaker is easy, but like to play Gunbreaker well can be hard, because like to actually be doing Gunbreaker how you're supposed to be doing it and doing your rotation and stuff is more like intensive. So like I don't know that I always would recommend. Gunbreaker can be fun if you're trying to go from DPS to tanking and you want a DPS and you're doing off tanking only, but like no triple triad card. Haha. Thanks, guys, for playing. Bling did not curse me. Not yet. Not when that pregnant lady wants to attack the world above.
This structure must have served an important function. And here are yet more crystals.
Very important lore stuff coming and story stuff coming up.
I too noted the crystal repository on the way. The Benthos
Thanks,
seem
Dan.
to employ them in their spellcasting.
In such vessels did the ancients preserve concepts, ideal forms to be drawn upon in the act of creation. That so great an abundance should reside here lendeth credence to Ishtola's conclusion. This facility held great significance.
Exactly, Krista. It depends on what you want, Raven. If you want to do like big deeps and hit hard, yeah, Gunbreaker and Dark Knight are good, but like playing them perfectly is a little bit harder. Playing Warrior perfectly is pretty easy. The Convocation of 14. The Nas, anyway. The Watcher and her 12. Thank you all for joining us at a Niter in these most perilous of times. By summoning Zodiark, we have been granted a reprieve. Immutable as the laws he has woven may seem, they will not serve to forestall our doom. Nay, should we continue down this path, our fate will be the same. I said as much to the Convocation, of course, but the stubborn fools turned a deaf ear to my warnings. I had hoped that the defector, at least, would side with us, but I regret to report our overtures have gone unanswered. Whither tend your thoughts, Vana? Where you lead, we will follow. I shall not speak ill of the Convocation. They too seek only to secure the future of our star. Yet it is plain they will not countenance a permanent solution. That being the case, we must ask ourselves a simple question. Are we prepared to pursue our chosen course, even should it mean suffering the eternal condemnation of our brethren? If so, I see no further reason to demur. Let us bring forth the light that shall ever after keep the darkness in check.
So
oh no, Bling! Oh no!
Summoned Hydaelyn.
Their discussion did seem to imply as much, yes. I cannot say I have ever heard of this Venar before.
For a certainty,
Oh, you will.
Selk never uttered the name, speak though he did of the schism which Zodiark's advent wrought upon mankind. Some were of the viewpoint that his power must needs be restrained, and to that end did they call forth she who would serve as his shackles. We now know that it was this Venar to whom they looked for leadership.
And that this place, in all likelihood, served as their headquarters. The presence of such intimate records attests to that. I would hear what else they have to tell us. All of it. Did anyone see the source of the image?
It's all good, Sarah. You didn't have any control over that.
The device there? Then let us see what other secrets it holds.
Woo! Nice, Misako. You too. Venar, please. Why must it be you? If I may speak plainly, I would sooner it was another. Any other. You are our leader. None can take your place. You know as well as I that but a few support our cause. Far fewer than any who place their faith in Zodiark. If Hydaelyn is to stand a chance of opposing him, I am the only one who might suffice as her heart. Rest assured, however, I shall not vanish from this world. The form I take shall ever after remain my choice. Then I will press you no more. Only know this, you will be sorely missed. Those are the exact lines he used in the short story. I wonder, is this how the convocation felt about Elidibus?
What? Forgive me, but did that not strongly imply that Elidibus sacrificed himself to become Zodiark's heart?
7 hells. Then who or what are we dealing with?
God, that feels unnerving. I even know what happens next, and that feels unnerving. The device appears to activate via form of ethereal attunement, not unlike an aetherite. Beyond that I can say little for certain, save that we should take this opportunity to see what other records it contains. War is never bad, can't lose. True. No response. Confound it. If I may, milady, the panel did formerly emit a soft yet perceptible glow, that it doth no longer may betoken the depletion of some essential energy within. Given how long it has lain dormant, I think it fortunate it functioned at all. That may be, but if we couldn't get in the work again, we'll be leaving with more questions than we've answered. The white-robe emissary hath never named himself Elidibus, yet if the shade spoke true, Elidibus ceased to be ere even the sundering came to pass. This calleth to mind a truth that Selk did once reveal in passing, that the names by which we know our foes are not those given to Ascians at birth, rather they are the titles of office afforded to individuals of merit at such time as the role becometh vacant. Perchance the Elidibus at Zodiark's heart, and the emissary with whom we are acquainted, be not one and the same, but predecessor and successor.
It is possible, if the previous Elidibus perished before the final days, the one we know could still be the survivor of the Sundering. And yet, something in that explanation rings false. I will remain for a time. I would not abandon my attempts to revive the device so soon. There is more to learn here. I can feel it. In matters of aetherology, I know of none as capable as thee. If there existeth the means to learn more, thou wilt surely find it. Whilst thou art there engaged, we shall attend to matters on the surface.
Again, thanks for joining in, guys. I've been lurking since the beginning of your replay. Watching you play the story after I finish Endwalker gives me a new wave of feels. Aww! Krista, thanks so much. I hope you've been enjoying it. And yeah, I will say, like, going back through can do so much. The amount of, like, depth there is that increases from a second playthrough is crazy.
Can we but uncover Elidibus' true origins, we may yet come to understand his design. To that end, Y'shtola must needs be afforded as much time as she doth require to complete her investigation. To the extent that such things are within our control, yes. Speaking of which, perhaps we might trouble the Exarch for news of his progress with the spirit vessel? You will no doubt wish to hear our own discoveries as well, such as they are.
I hope it continues to be entertaining for you. So guys, you remember earlier how there was a moment where the internet bumped for a second and stopped working? My partner just messaged me and says that it may have been from Deadpool sitting on the modem. The fluffy boy's butt blocked out the signal.
Dare I ask what's going on?
Ah, excellent timing. For me, in any case. We have a problem. The vast majority of those gathered here are presently in the employ of the Guard or else one of the facets, and no longer wish to be so. In principle, all are free to change vocation at any time, but a city does require a certain number of people in these positions if it is to continue to function. For the moment, I have asked them to postpone their resignation until such time as replacements can be found.
Well, see, there's someone in black over there, too, with the pauldrons.
As you may have surmised, we have the Warrior of Light to thank for this.
It's you! The Warrior of Darkness!
Is that you, Thancred?
You understand, don't you? Someone's going to have to look after this place once you're gone. We just want to be ready to do our bit when the time comes.
And not only here, but everywhere. Which is why we've got to get out there and lend a hand to those in need. That's what you did, isn't it? Even if it was just little things at the start. You helped people.
Really, Krista? People, chocobos, you name it.
And we're trying to do the same. We may have our sky back, but there's no shortage of people who still need help. If we follow in your footsteps, then I choose to believe we too can be heroes one day. Even warriors of light.
So this is really important in terms of understanding how the Echo functions. Also remember, what's the very first thing you see in 2.0? A star shower. In your vision.
What do you have to say to that?
You have
We can hardly tell them they are mistaken.
or one of the very
They
first
seek
things.
but to do good, as you have.
You didn't have the
No
Echo
more
before
can
you
we
started in
stand
2.0.
idly by and suffer a paragon's scheme to proceed unchallenged.
Assuming you're operating under the assumption that your character was not the 1.0 Warrior of Light. If they were, then they already were the 1.0 Warrior of Light and they already had the Echo because they saw a star shower. But all that to say that, like, the star shower is a key component to the awakening of the Echo.
What's happening to the sky?
The star shower of Eld.
Wicked White. Oh no.
Yes, asterisk Oblivion.
By the 12.
You have to have a sundered soul.
A star shower.
And it recollects something that the memory that's so deeply engrooved in your soul.
I hear a voice. You and all. And why does it feel like it's inside my head? Hear, feel, think.
I hear it.
Me too.
Did I not tell you, my friends? You are warriors of light. You're back!
That seems to be the explanation, yes. Those who awaken to the echo are able to hear it because they hear Hydaelyn's call. Go back and replay like the 2.0 intro cutscene and watch that with that context in mind, and it makes a lot of sense.
What you hear is the voice of light itself, and it has blessed you with its power. Welcome to the fold.
I'm a warrior of light.
I've been chosen.
Can it be?
Me, a hero.
Wait! The falling stars, were they your doing? And why do you need warriors of light?
Yep.
What, am I to reveal my plans simply because you asked? Nay, I think not. Though the stars, I acknowledge mine. A convenient illusion, apt to awaken what little is left of the power that once resided in your sundered souls. That which you and yours call the echo. And an echo it is, of a symphony, but a fraction of what men in their completeness once possessed. Even those among you who tower over others in the gift have only the faintest trace of it.
Totally agree,
But
Krista.
though sundered and forgotten through death and mocking rebirth, it has persisted. A whisper of our past, burned into your very ether, along with the sight of our end. Through the rekindling of memory, I have awoken the ability, just as Hydaelyn is wont to do when she has need of new minions.
Remember, not everyone has a sundered soul, though. New souls can be
Has
formed.
ever been thought a gift from Hydaelyn, a boon granted solely to her chosen. Yet thou wouldst claim she merely awakeneth the power that men should hearken unto.
This is why the blessing of the light and light and echo are two separate things. They are not the same thing.
Given the perceived simultaneity of her call and the awakening of her chosen's capacity to hear it, it is only natural that we thus attributed the source of the gift. Yet if, in truth, the echo is a prerequisite for hearing her voice, one might surmise that her call never ceaseth, such that all who awaken to their innate gift might receive of the blessing of light at the self-same instant.
So,
in sooth,
the echo and blessing of light, two different things.
This but moments ago. At the sight of the star shower, full many in the crowd did speak of hearing a voice in their minds, did they not?
But once you awaken to the echo, she grants you the blessing of light, according to him.
Just so. And whenever Hydaelyn has need of new servants, she is quick to pluck comets from the heavens or create illusions of the same.
Why then didst thou conjure this vision,
exactly,
knowing that thine age-old foe would thus claim those awakened to the gift?
Foe? You must be mistaken. As you see, I am a warrior of light. And together with my comrades in arms, I shall save the world. Just like you.
I love that he does that in the middle of the courtyard, like no one's gonna see that. But yeah, there's an implication, Oblivion, quite strongly, that the reason people have different echoes abilities is a byproduct of the person's soul. The more Lydius reveals, the less I understand, but that he has made a fine mess of things is plain. He is gone, then. I've managed to persuade a member of our would-be deserters to reconsider, or at least delay. But as many are deaf to my entreaties, young Thaler and Vonard among them, I'm sorry to say, they have quit, the guard. Nevertheless, I wish them well. Whatever Elidibus plans for them, the pair have only... Whatever Elidibus' plans for them might be, the pair have only ever had the best of intentions. One can hardly blame them for thinking themselves heroes elect, not after having been blessed with the echo, and it's not as if they haven't shown the requisite spirit. I quite agree. Though the impetus for their sudden departure may have been words falsely spoken, the men and women in whose footsteps they would follow are heroes in truth. Warriors of light, Ardbert, yourself most of all. And so I would ask for a favor of you. Speak with them ere they embark on their journey, and furnish them with what wisdom you can. They've set off for the Amaro launch, but you should still be able to catch them if you leave now. Worth the effort, I'd say. If I recall correctly, Admiral Merwib took the time to usher you out to the wider world many moons ago. I think that the comparison rather flatters Thaler and Vonard, but the point still stands. They would doubtless be greatly encouraged with the Warrior of Darkness himself to see them off. If thou art willing, I prithee go. Thou mayest safely leave the task of unfolding that which did transpire at Amnesis to us. So considering we know people with future sight with the echo, I wonder how that would have worked pre-sendering. Which characters are you referring to with future sight? Oh, yeah, Mikoto is weird. Mikoto is weird, and I don't tend to worry about it and what that implies and means. And yeah, Mikoto's weird. But you can't deny that she exists and her abilities exist. What that implies is, well, I've got thoughts. So considering how we know, it's just like letting Gaius walk away in the OG Prey. We just let him. In OG Prey, well, when he goes down the elevator, we chase after him after fighting the Machina, and then in OG Prey, he's dead. Like, as far as we know, he seems to be dead and the place is exploding, so we have to escape. I'm trying to think about if there's another part I'm missing when he does that. Definitely Kane's. Warrior of Light has a very bad penchant for letting Valen's monologue and or escape from fights to their death. Gotta let people finish their piece. You again? I mean, it's you! Sir, sorry, it's been a funny old day. You can be sure we'll take those words to heart. Aye, I still can't believe it. You coming all this way just to speak to us. I swear we won't let you down. So long as it helps someone, we'll do what needs doing out there, no matter how small. And when larger threats loom, we'll be ready to face them. You see if we aren't. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure. Don't turn away from either of them. Joy and heartache, both in equal. We'll be off then. Farewell, Warrior of Darkness. Thank you. Yes, it does, Oblivion. I can tell you for sure it does. This is also an important element that the first needs to be able to defend itself. It can't just be all us. It's got to be the people able to take care of themselves. So, like, while this is caused by, you know, Elidibus, it clearly is also... That was weird. Like, was an important element to establish. If you're seeing this, you may want to refresh, because Deadpool sat on the router again. Oop, that was not what I meant to press. Let's get up some cash to get Deadpool a heating pad. He overheats easy. I think he just likes sitting underneath the desk where the router is. His fluffy bottom is too formidable an adversary, but this is okay. Thank you for making the effort. I'm certain your words will be a boon to them. While you were away, the others told me of your investigations. We've yet to discuss how to proceed. However... While your findings in Amnesis and Nider do raise important questions as to the identity of our adversary, we are no closer to discerning his design, nor do I know of any other potential avenue of investigation. For which reason we must needs trust to Y'Shola's ingenuity and wait for our efforts to revive the Ancient's device to bear fruit. What if I were to attempt to follow the emissary? Elusive as he is, his plan compels him to court public's attention. He shouldn't be possible to find. Especially for one of your experience, it doesn't seem worth the attempt. Then I'll come with you. Safety in numbers. In combat, perhaps, but where stealth is required, the opposite is true. Happily, I don't plan on getting myself caught, so you needn't worry. Alright then, I'll look forward to your return. Then it looks like the rest of us should avoid doing anything which might prompt Elidibus to look too closely at our movements. Insofar as it's impossible, I recommend we limit our activities to the Crystarian. Speaking of which, Exarch, might I ask if you've made any progress with the spirit vessel? Of course. We presently study the principle underpinning memory transference, and I believe nearing the requisite level of understanding. Less hardeningly, practical trials of transference methods suited for use within the vessel have yet to yield satisfactory results, to put it mildly. But there are still many promising possibilities we have yet to test. Indeed, though it may take some time yet, we are well on our way to a solution. And I shall not rest until one is found.
Though we are grateful for thine unstinting efforts, thou needest not labor to the exclusion of all else. If it would serve to lighten thy burden, however little, I should gladly offer mine assistance. Quite. I, for my part, will do what I can to ensure the Crystarium continues to run smoothly in spite of recent disruptions. Then perhaps I could help. There must be something I can do, even if it's just guard duty. Thank you, all of you. I shall breathe easier for your assistance. Of course, on the evidence of the recent past, it will not be long before some new crisis arrives to throw our plans into disarray, at which time your service will be in particular demand. That being the case, perhaps you might take this opportunity to retire to your suite at the Pendants. A pleasure as always, Master Fauchelevent. I am relieved to see you are unharmed in the early commotion, though if I may, you do look somewhat weary. I presume you'll be retiring to your suite. Very good. Do let me know if there's anything you require. Hey, now we can do Eden in the next part of Eden. Oh, this should be the end of 5.3, right? Is this the water scene? Oh, guys, I know where all their budget went for 5.2. Oh, shit. Refreshing. A friend of yours was asking after you. You may remember them from that business of the cardinal virtues. Well met, sinner. I was looking forward to welcome's respite here in the Crystarium, but the mood here is not exactly conducive to relaxation, as I'm sure you've noticed. I'd wager you know more about what's going on than anyone else in the city. Care to share? If you think that looks good, just go play 6.3. Can't say that I envy you to your prey. Dark work, that twist in the Warriors Alliance legacy. Reminds me of what became an old Daikai scene, though this Ascian of yours is a fair bit more chatty. I'm tempted to slice them myself. Brandon made his mistakes, I'm sure they all did, but the past is the past. They earned their rest. I'll see that they all have their own peace. What? You want me to leave it to you? Right. I'm not the only one carrying all this weight. Very well, but only because you ask. Remember, if you ever need me, just say the word. I'll be there. Yeah, it probably is hella uncomfortable, Ray Ray. Meanwhile, in the Crystal Towers, Umbilicus. He's the main guy from the tank role quest.
Foiled again. If I cannot imbue the infernal thing with my power via magical means, we may need to devise a way to infuse the vessel with my blood after all.
Mood, Exarch. Mood.
Art thou unwell?
Yes, you get to choose, Raven. It prompts you with a list.
Or perhaps a brief respite. It wouldn't do to overtax yourself.
I'm fine. And given to stubbornness, I'm afraid. Especially when I have a stake in the outcome.
I highly recommend you do Raven, also because you unlock a secret final role quest. Also, they're just good. We'll send help, Raven. As to why Xenos is able to see this, I think there's a couple easy answers. One of which is by having the resonant and his soul being skewed through the lens of Kryle's with the echo, that memory might have lingered on. There's also an implication that it has to do with Solus being his grandfather.
The dream again.
Great-grandfather.
A recurring dream. They do so fascinate me.
Why do you hate it, lady? It's a great
trouble
outfit.
you for the details?
I have always dreamed of it. Fire falling from the heavens, and the city, nay, the whole world ablaze.
Honestly, that would imply it's not to do with Kryle. Based on its all, I've always dreamed of it.
Could Emitselk have found a way? Precious few possess memories of the final days.
The final days.
Emitselk may have more of a hand in Xenos' powers and creation than we know.
Why, yes. Admittedly, my knowledge is mostly second-hand, but if you are interested, I will gladly tell you the tale.
The tale of the world's end.
Yeah, exactly, Sarah. Totally. That's what I was saying. It definitely is probably not anything to do with the Resonant. What Solus might have done, though, I have no idea. I've looked into it before, and I've never been able to get a good answer. Okay, cool. We wrapped up. I'm going to head back to the Crystarium tree, then. Raven, he's on the platform where you can get celebs to read things. Yeah, Cameo. The Xenos' voice actor, I believe, is on Cameo. So you could have him maybe read you Go to the Fuck to Sleep. Can Garleans have Sundered Souls? There's no reason that they shouldn't be able to. We have tribes that have Sundered Souls, like with the Sahagin priest that has the Echo, right? So there's nothing that should prevent a Garlean from having that capacity, to having a soul. Souls can, anything with a soul can have a Sundered Soul, basically. But yeah, okay. So we're going to be wrapping this. Real talk. I have been dealing with some really, really, really bad depression and anxiety past 2 weeks in general. So if I am either shorter than I mean to be, or I'm like quieter than I mean to be, or I'm not talking a bunch, like on the Discord, it's not about any of you guys, and please don't think it's anything to do with that. Just know that, like, I appreciate all you guys, even if I don't communicate perfectly. Also, I love, like, spending time with all you guys, and doing events and stuff. I just sometimes get busy, literally busy with just work, but also, dude, I can tell you what, getting out of bed lately has been real hard. Look at you guys under that lamp. But yeah, so just, I'm having a bit of a hard time right now. I hope all you guys are doing well. But beyond that, Ray or V, if either of you guys are around, if you can start, and I appreciate all you guys too. Not just the people who are here, but anyone who's ever been here. So is it possible that Emmett with his abilities guide a Sundered Soul to baby fetus Xenos? Could. I mean, it's one hypothesis. I mean, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing. Finding some way to, like, create that otherwise would be, yeah. Thanks, lady. Offers many hugs and perhaps a spoonful of serotonin. Thanks, Tam. But yeah, no, hopefully I'll get better, but just wishing everyone the best. Like, again, who's here, who's not here. Always. Yeah, if you enjoyed the stream and are a member of our Discord, why not come join us at discord.gg/Eorzean-archives. You can also support us over on the Patreon and with the wonderful super chats. But beyond that, don't forget, we've got the community event. We've got community events over on the Discord that'll be coming up. Also, this Saturday, we're going to be going back to doing community events and community streams. We'll be doing Blue Mage. So if people want to start working on the spells, because we got Blue Mage coming up, that'll be exciting. On Sunday, we've got Drunk Stream with me and Aniri. That'll be over on the Twitch. There'll be links to all that on the Discord. But yeah. Thursday, me and Aniri stream FF3. We're probably going to be finishing up FF3 on this Thursday. And then we'll be moving on to FF4, which is very exciting, especially very relevant. Tomorrow, we're going to have a new video coming out. And then, yeah. Good stream, man. Take it easy. Will do, guys. I really appreciate you. And I love seeing you guys chatting over in the Discord and hanging out together and stuff. And, yeah. Just know that just because I don't say anything does not think I'm not thinking about you guys. I'm just very bad at reaching out, even at the best of times, let alone when I'm struggling. But yeah. Hope you all have wonderful, wonderful days. And to V and Ray and Bean, thank you all so much for your work. Issa, I'm looking forward to you coming back on, I believe you said Friday. Was it Thursday, Friday, or Friday, Saturday? I'm going to be excited. Definitely you should hang out with Visa. Get him all caught up. Yeah. Brandon Mauer's been dealing with a lot recently. Take care of yourself. Absolutely. Absolutely, Ryan. I feel you. I hope you're feeling better, man. Thanks so much for the stream. Always, yeah. Thanks, Raven. But yeah, seriously, a thank you to all the people who have helped me in any number of ways throughout the past 2 years and with the Eorzean Archives. Yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. I'll hopefully see you around this week, either for streams or content. And if not, we'll see you next Monday and Tuesday where we do these MSQ streams. We got 5.3 on next Monday. And then on the Tuesday, we're going to be finishing off Eden, as well as I think doing some of the extra dungeons that we haven't done yet. Like Amnesia and Niter, or Academia and Niter. And then we have the twinning. So that'll be a good time. Yeah. Okay, guys. Have a wonderful time. Deadpool wishes you well. If he was down here, I'd give you a wave, but you'll see him soon enough. Also, I ordered his the supplies for making him his coat, his crowd coat. So that's coming. That's coming up. Promise, promise, promise. Cheers, guys.